times. Hello, chat. Welcome out to the stream. Hope everyone's doing okay today. Sorry about my unexpected death. Oh, it's... you know, it happens. Yeah, sorry everyone. Sorry I died. That was really inconsiderate of my part. We got some resubs. Sweet Rad. Thank you so much. Gojo, Arlium, and Jetpack Dragon, and Lazaro Reese gifting out a sub. Saw I was trending on Twitter yesterday. Yep, because I died. Dying is cringe. Look good for a dead guy? Thank you. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. It was a shit post. And then everyone's just like, haha, yay! So it's just like, alright. Whatever. Lazaro Reese gifting out 5 more subs. Congrats to everybody caught in that sub bomb. Yeah, reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. I feel dead though. I woke up like before 7 this morning. And I could not get back to sleep, so I am just super freaking tired. Mostly because I woke up just kind of like being like bright out. Max, thanks for the Twitch Prime resub. Rise from your grave. I need G Fuel. I don't want a G Fuel. Besides, I got my Invisalign and all I can drink is water. I'm gonna be super hyped when I play patch 6.2 because of the Final Fantasy IV stuff, I imagine. Waking up early is cringe. It is. Like, I woke up and I cringed. I said, why? Why you do this? Just tired, man. Congrats on the magic thing? Yeah, thank you so much. So, yeah, also I'm apparently still living in Texas. I I haven't been there in 9 years or whatever it is. Yeah, so those of you who didn't see the announcement, I am one of your Magic Arena champions. Well, contenders. So ever since they revamped organized play for Magic the Gathering, bringing back the Pro Tour and bringing back Paper Magic and all that, they completely changed how the competitive structure works over on Magic Arena. Mystic Maniac for a sub. So, you guys may remember when I did the when I qualified for the Mythic Arena Qualifier weekend, when I hit top 1200 in Mythic rank from doing drafts and stuff of New Capenna back in I think I qualified in May. I don't even fully remember anymore. Which allowed me to play in the June Mythic Qualifier weekend. If you guys remember, I played that weekend. Did 7-2. Oh, thanks for the 100 bits. YTF, my PP so small. Sorry to hear that, man. So I did that. Went 7-1, which means I made it to day 2. And that was off a sealed, and day 2 is draft. So day 2 draft, I drafted that bonkers white-green deck. It was like Titan of Industry, Sanctuary Warden. It was splashing Jetmir. I think I had like the Gala Greeters in there too. Just like a bonkers good deck. And then like right away, like the very first match, I got completely mana screwed and just lost, which sucked. Then Sky with the resub. However, after that, I managed 6 more wins in a row. But then, and then if I got 1 more win, I would automatically qualify for the Arena Championship. But my last opponent had also had a really good deck, and it was a fantastic matchup. And he ended up defeating me. So I ended 6-2. 1 win short of getting to the Arena Championship invite. However, apparently what they had said is that if for some reason after all their Mythic qualifier weekends, if there was not 32 players selected for the championship, then they would do what they called at-large invitations. And because I did so well in that Mythic Championship weekend, going 7-1 and then 6-2, I accumulated enough wins throughout the whole weekend that I was one of the people who got the at-large invite. Yeah, that was the time I faced that one opponent twice in a row and beat him twice in a row and kicked him out of the standings. So because I did so well that weekend, and they didn't have enough players for the championship weekend, they came back to me and just said, hey, you qualified, so you're in. So now if you go to like the Magic GG website, you can go to standings, select the Arena Championship season, and my name's up in there. What is the grand prize? The grand prize is, what was it? It was like $30,000, and you get to play in the Magic the Gathering World Championship next year. First place, $30,000. Second place, $20,000. And there's actually prize money all the way down to last place. So I could take dead last, which I will, but still walk away with some cash dollars. But more importantly, I am actually much more excited for the fact that this is the first ever Arena Championship. They've never done this before. And to be a part of it is very, very cool. Was last place get like $1,500? Which is not nothing. So I'm mostly excited just to be a part of it and just be able to participate. Primarily because I don't know if you guys ever saw just how much or how often people told me I'll never make it. I've had so many people show up in like the YouTube comments or whatever, basically say, I'm bad at Magic. I'm not as good as I think I am. And like I will never win a Grand Prix event or anything. And hey, now I'm one of the 32 people in the championship. I'm hyped for the cash too. Honestly, no. Honestly, no. I am much more excited for the experience. This is like the highest level of competitive play possible on Magic Arena. So, Lazarif, 2,500 bits? That's so many bits. Did I see the cool new Magnezone card that revealed at Pokemon Worlds? No, I haven't. I didn't watch Worlds. But yeah, so I'm just excited to be a part of it. It also does mean I actually need to get back to practicing Magic again, because I haven't sat down and just drafted in a while. But thankfully the new set's coming out like next week, so I can like get back into it. Will it be streamed by me? I have no idea. I don't know what will be allowed to stream or not stream. I don't know if it's going to be covered. I have no idea. So I really don't have an answer for you right now. Sorry. Which is one of my favorite sets so far. Like ever? Jesus, man, I don't know. Wonder if they allow streaming, but with a big stream delay? I don't know. So what they've done before, anytime they had these kind of like online competitive events, is they would actually cover it. And they would just show coverage of it by having the two players basically face each other in Discord and stream their Discord. I think. Again, I have no idea. Really don't know. We'll have to see. But I know it's going to be a long day because day one is 3 rounds of traditional Dominaria draft. So it's going to be like a 30-minute draft deck building process, and then 3 30-minute rounds. So that's already like 2 hours. And then after that, there's 6 rounds of traditional alchemy. Which means I have to learn how to play alchemy. And learn how to play constructed, really, because I haven't done a lot of constructed in a long time. It would be good for me to do, though. Because, like, you can get a lot of good skill sets in general out of playing constructed. Yeah, post-rotation alchemy. It is at least post-rotation, so I don't need to, like, learn anything really new. I'll also have to see, like, where the meta's at. Good job. Jansik, the $10. Thank you so much. Night shifts kill you? You can watch one of your favorite YouTubers? Thanks for being here. Am I going to do a video on Gamescom? No. Is that what we're doing today? I don't know. I was going to ask you guys. What did we do today? Oh, thanks, Azera. I'm glad you like Now in the 90s so much. So I was going to ask you guys, we can either do... There's the new Final Fantasy XIV patch. However, I don't believe Jadale is available, and I usually like trying to play through that with Jadale if I can help it. The other option is... the other option is doing like an incomplete set review of Dominaria. Yeah, there's still a few cards that have not been revealed for the new set. I think the last few cards being revealed are tomorrow. I think like tomorrow. It's pretty soon. So there's only a handful of cards missing, which is like kind of whatever. I'm not going to be able to do a set review tomorrow. I'm not going to be able to do a set review Saturday. I won't be able to do a set review Sunday, because that's the birthday stream. And I probably won't be able to do a set review Monday, because I'll probably be really tired from the birthday stream. So the other option is... Oh man, I could just not set review, because otherwise, like, the set's going to be on Arena next Thursday. So then by then, like, the set review is pointless because the cards are out. Who knows? DB, thank you for the 100 bits and believing in me. Cheesecake also resubscribing soon. Happy birthday so soon. What's this, 25 or 26? Aha. I wish. That's cute. It's 29 forever. Run a poll. Could run a poll. Chat always has really good ideas. What's the over-under in getting Jill to stop being an adult? Probably not likely. I know he's been pretty swamped with work stuff. Do I have a YouTube channel that uploads my VODs? I do not have one, Ulyssean. I've talked to the chat about this before, about like commissioning someone to run like an official Pro Jared VODs channel. There's like a fan one out there right now, but it's not up to date and they don't upload and archive very quickly. So like there's one out there, but I know they're missing a bunch. Oh, thanks, Din Plus. Appreciate it. Why was I trending yesterday? Because I died. It was really unfortunate. Well, most people voted for the Magic set review. Do you need to watch the new video for dying context? No, there is no context. To be perfectly honest, there is no context. Froggy King gifting out 5 subs. Congrats to everyone caught in that blast. Review, then do some arena. See, if we do a set review, that's going to be the entire stream. Because set reviews take a long time. Was it like a random rumor that got started? More or less. Some like shit posters shit post, but then I shit post, taking away all their thunder and ruin the joke for them. So. Some Lost Gamer also gifting out a sub to Cyberman. How about the set reviews me? Okay. We can set review. Let's set review. We'll do it. It's what Chad voted on. I also have not seen all the cards, so a lot of these I'm going to be looking at for like the first time ever. And with the set does come out like next week, it would be good to start looking at these now and kind of learning them. Again, I do really want to play the new Final Fantasy patch, but I don't want to play that without Jadil. Because he and I always try to play through together. We also usually play through it together with Shin, but Shin just moved to Japan. And he's still working on getting a place locked down. Okay, so according to Scryfall, there's already 338 Dominaria cards revealed. Which means there's only like, what, 5 missing? Am I getting that TMNT collection? Oh, hell yeah, I'm getting that TMNT collection. I'm getting it for Switch. That's probably including alt art. Yeah, I suppose it is. Okay, so let's get the... let's try this. That's not right. Okay. Let's get things updated. Let's talk magic. Okay. So, I know normally I try to go through these by color. I kind of want to see the signpost on commons first, because that's going to be indicative of what the colors are trying to do and will affect ratings of them. Which there's usually a couple. So, for example, Wrath, Weatherlight Stalwart. White and a blue for a 1/3 legendary human wizard. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you may tap 2 untapped creatures you control. If you do, draw a card. 3 white creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain vigilance until end of turn. Is the mic located on a fan? No, I just have my air conditioning unit running today because it's super hot out. Are we just talking limited? Yes, just talking limited. I don't know constructed enough to talk about them in constructed, unless like one really stands out. I have seen some cards where I'm like, this is going to be a construction staple. I got this cut off a little bit, sorry. There we go. Okay. So, Wrath Weatherlight. So that's that blue-white. The other blue-white was Tura Kenneruch, Sky Knight, 2 white-blue-blue for a 3/3 flyer. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you make a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Interesting. So white-blue. White-blue is like a spells matter deck. But it's also like a go wide kind of thing. That's interesting. I like that. So, Wrath Weatherlight isn't terribly exciting. I haven't really looked at all the power and toughness for all the creatures, but 2 for a 1/3 defends pretty well. Usually isn't horribly exciting. Tap 2 untapped creatures you control to draw a card does make casting instants with Wrath better, because if you use it sorcery speed, well, then you're tapping down 2 attackers or 2 defenders, and that's less good. And then in the late game, he does have the 5 mana, get all your creatures +1/+1, which could be good if you manage to go wide enough. Interesting. It doesn't read as incredibly good to me. Unless there is like a lot of, unless there's like a lot of like white token generation, especially at instant speed. As we saw with Baldur's Gate, the mana dump for a +1/+1 visuals can be good. Yeah, but the difference is that was on a 1-drop, and at the time that was only 4 mana. This is on a 2-drop, and it's 3 white. That's a little bit harder to use. Wrath's okay. I want to say he's like probably a okay build around. Like you're not gonna, like you want to have a wide enough creature, or maybe like even defenders, to maybe sometimes draw cards off of it. I want to say like a build around B-. Just because like if you have the payoffs for it and you got enough spells, that could get you a chunky amount of card advantage. But without being able to go wide, he's not going to do a whole lot else for you. And if you're making tokens to the point where you can go like the creatures you control in vigilance, that might be a little bit more of a win more than anything else. It's hard to say. Sten, Paranoid Partisan, white and a blue for another legendary wizard. That's a 2/2. When it's the battlefield, choose a card type other than creature or land, those all cost 1 less to cast. And you can pay 3, exile Sten, and then return it. Ooh! Sten just has his own built-in blink? Oh, that is fascinating. So you can pay the 3 to blink it, so you can block with it, blink it, have it come back and protect it. More importantly, when it re-enters the battlefield, you can then choose a different card type to make whatever it is in your hand cost less. Sorcery, instant, enchantment, artifact, whatever. That's interesting. That's kind of cool. It's not crazy powerful because you can't make creatures cheaper. But the effect is neat. It reads like a C+ to me. Unless the blink effect is way better than I realize. Yeah, I'd say C+. But Tura, though, yeah, kind of the same thing. Like 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer isn't awesome. That is worse than like a Cloud Elemental. It just kind of reads as like a C, but like if you manage to get spells off or have like a, again, like the payoff for it, it could be closer to like a B. Yeah, Max, that's kind of the the goal here, like have Wrath and Tura together, because then you're like getting the best of both worlds. Yeah, I kind of wish it would give 1/1 flyers, so not just 1/1 soldiers. If it was 1/1 birds, it'd be super good. But 1/1 soldiers on the ground, a little less exciting. But yeah, so white blue seems to be a little bit of go wide, and also wants you casting spells. Interesting. What is blue black about? Vohar, Bodalian Desecrator. Blue black for a legendary Phyrexian Merfolk Wizard. That's a 1/2. Tap, draw a card, then discard a card. If you discard an instant or sorcery card this way, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. Okay, it's a built-in looter. You also pay 2 and sacrifice them. You may cast target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard this turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't seem like much of a build-around effect. Just kind of as a looter that can later on allow you to recast another spell. The problem is you're already paying 2 mana just to cast the spell. You still have to pay that spell's mana cost. Yeah, it's not awesome. And like draining your opponent by discarding an instant or sorcery, that's not an awesome effect, like, because your deck's only going to have 68 spells or sorceries. Unless that's like the blue part. The blue wants spells, and the black is drain. So maybe if you're playing blue, you just want more spell. I don't know. I like the loot effect. Not crazy about the rest of it, so it's probably just a C. This is one of those cards where it's like, if you can get down on turn 2, it's not bad. But like when it's turn 9, you got to pay 2 to put it down, and like you need to pay another 2 just to be able to cast another spell right away. And by then you're a little low on mana. Yeah, doesn't look awesome. Rona, Shieldred's Faithful. Wait, what? One blue, black for a legendary wizard. That's a 3/4. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, each opponent loses a life. And you cast Rona from your graveyard by discarding 2 cards in addition to paying its other casting costs. Oh, that's actually not bad. Rona gives you an outlet for any dead lands you have in your hand, just being able to bring her back. And a 3/4 is good. Like 3 power, 4 toughness. That's great. Am I just dumb and did not know that Rona was always completed in Eel? This one's actually pretty solid. Again, the passive where you just kind of ping your opponent when you cast spells is just kind of circumstantial. But the fact that you can just easily get her back by ditching away worthless cards in your hand is cool. I like that. Yeah, seems solid. I think she's probably like a B-. Definitely cards I would pick over her, but would be happy to include any blue-black deck. That recursion's cool. Atomic Shards, thank you for 1,000 biddies. Love big old biddies. Next is black-red with Lagomos, Hand of Hatred. 1 black-red. Legendary Shaman. That's a 1/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, make a 2/1 elemental creature token with trample and haste. Sack it to the next end step. Yep. You can also tap Lagomos, search your library for a card, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Activate only if 5 or more creatures died this turn. Neat. Oh, thank you, Miniature Pig. I appreciate it. Lagomos is cool. Like, just swing in with a 2/1. Does put pressure on your opponent, especially if you get it out early. If you're on the play and you get Lagomos down on turn 3, you're in a great position. Trying to get into Magic, where the fuck do you start for IRL play? That's a great question, Captain Flames. The honest answer is just search for... Find your local game store. Like, find whatever store around you sells Magic the Gathering cards or has, like, Magic events or allows people to play there. A lot of those times, stores there will have completely free starter decks that you can just play and have and just, like, start messing around and trying to learn the rules and all that. Otherwise, a lot of times there's people there who'll be happy to teach you. I like Lagomos.
Sweet.
Yeah, Lagomos is cool. DePaulman, an all-new Twitch Prime sub, thank you. Yeah, 2/1 constantly coming in, or at least being like a sack outlet, can be a pain. The 5 more creatures dying this turn, that's a hefty price. Like, that is a lot of creatures dying in one turn. But it does get you a tutor effect. Unless there's like a crazy like board wipe or something. Then you can get something. Yeah, Lagomos seems cool. I want to see the rest of the black-red cards, but it just seems like a B on its own. I am curious as to what other sack cards there are, because that's what black-red's usually about. Usually. The tap effect definitely sounds like a constructed thing. I don't know if this is good enough for constructed. If anything, I would say the 5 or more creatures dying in a turn, that's a commander thing. Next is Rives of the Claw. 1 black-red, 3/3 legendary warlock with menace. Solid. Tap. Add 2 mana to cast dragon creature spells. Weird. Black-red like ramp creature. And then you may cast a dragon creature from your graveyard. And when you recast a dragon creature spell from a graveyard, if it dies, it gets exiled. Okay. So 3/3 menace for 3 already. Super good. I don't think there's going to be a lot of dragons in the set. I'm sure there's some. but not a crazy amount. But 3/3 menace for 3 is just good, and it just happens to have upside if you have any other extra dragons in your deck. So easy B for Rivas. Next, Miria, Scholar of Antiquity, 1 red green for 3/3. Legendary Elf Artificer, so many legendaries. Tap an untapped non-token artifact you control to add green mana. Tap 2 untapped non-token artifacts you control. Exile the top card of your library. You may play it this turn. Interesting. So there's that red-green ramp, but it has a kind of wants you to also be playing artifacts with it, which is really interesting. I have now looked at the artifacts. It does work with creatures. Not artifact creatures, I should say. Just seems okay. Red-green artifacts? Yeah, interesting. She's fine. Reads like a C to me. I feel like more often than not, she's going to end up being a 3/3 for 3. Maybe C+, thanks to the exile a top card of your library, in case you want to get that extra, get a little extra card advantage. Okay. Weird fixing. It's not really fixing, it's ramp, because it's not any other color, it's just green. The other red-green uncommon is Rulik Mons, Warren Chief. What's Mons? So you know it's a goblin. A legendary goblin. 1 red, green for 3/3 menace. Whenever it attacks at the top card of your library, if it's a land, put it on the battlefield tapped. If you didn't, make a 1/1 red goblin creature token. I like that. The menace makes it a little bit easier for Rulik to be able to attack and doesn't just immediately exchange himself out for whatever's on the top of your library. So if it's a land, you just put it out right away, which is awesome. You get to go through your deck. If it's not a land, you still get like a little 1/1 red goblin creature token. That's cool. Oh, Maria's a rare, not the uncommon. Oh, duh. All right, this is the uncommon. That makes more sense. I like them. Seems like a B for Rulik Mons. A little bit expensive for just a 3/3 menace, but the potential there is awesome. Next is King Darien, what is that, the 48th? 1 green white for legendary human soldier. That's a 2/3. Other creatures you control get +1/+1. Okay. 3 green and white to give him a +1/+1 counter, and you make a 1/1 white soldier. And then you can sacrifice him to give creature tokens you control hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Holy crap. That is awesome. That's a good card. Him just coming down and pumping all the other creatures is fantastic. But then he's also a mana sink for later on. And if he's still around, like, all the 1/1 soldiers you're making are 2/2s. That's super strong. King Darien's like a B+. He is rare, not the uncommon. Uncommon is Queen Alanel of Ruadak. That is green, white. Her power and toughness are equal to the number of creatures you control. Okay, we've seen this a lot before. And if one or more creature tokens would be created under your control, make those tokens plus an additional 1/1 white soldier creature token are created instead. Okay, so green-white also has that go wide creature token generation kind of stuff. So at minimum, she comes down as a 3-mana 1/1. The green white makes it a little clunkier to cast. Yeah, so what makes her good isn't so much as like playing her in such a way that you're trying to build her up to be really big. It's more like you have her down and then she synergizes while your token generation. They're giving you some interesting splash options in this set. I think you're intended to play like 3 colors pretty often in this. Because imagine like the queen here with any of the white-blue cards we saw earlier. Yeah, so she needs like the token generation, otherwise she's just kind of meh on her own. So she's like a build around B. Yeah, if you have the king and queen together, they're great. Build around B. Then we got a Johnny Sleeper Agent. We looked at a little bit. He's got that completed mana cost. So you can +1 them. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a creature or planeswalker card, put it into your hand. Otherwise, you may put it on the bottom. -3, put 3 +1/+1 counters on up to... Distribute 3 +1/+1 counters on up to 3 target creatures. They gain vigilance on a turn. -6 emblem. Whenever you cast a creature or planeswalker spell, target opponent gets 2 poison counters. So, this Ajani is not awesome. It's not great. He's a B. B for Ajani. The reason why he isn't like so good that it's like the best card ever is that when it comes to planeswalker cards, what really matters is if they have a way of protecting themselves as soon as they hit the battlefield. And Ajani doesn't. Ways of protecting themselves as soon as they get to the battlefield is usually like destroy a target creature effect, bounce a creature back to their hand effect, or generate your own creature token effect. Ajani doesn't have any of those. So he's just kind of okay. B. Zar Ojanin, Scion of Efraba. That's a lot of fake words. 3 green-white for a legendary kitty. 4/4. Also has domain. Whenever he becomes tapped, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with toughness less than the number of basic land types among lands you control. So it's a 5-mana 4/4, and then whenever he becomes tapped, your X and 1s and X and 2s might get a little bit bigger. That seems clunky. I get it though, because if you have a bunch of tokens, all your tokens are getting bigger. Yeah, that's weird, because again, you need like... This doesn't... I don't feel like this really pays dividends unless you have 3 land types out. Because even this at 2, it has to be toughness less than, not less than or equal to. Ugh. I don't think I love it. It looks like a C to me. It might be able to help tokens. But it looks like a C. Attacking to tap him could be awkward a lot of the time. Yeah. A 5-mana, just like... Otherwise a 5-mana vanilla 4/4 isn't great. Alright, we'll move on. Elas Ilacor, Sadistic Pilgrim. White-black for 2/2 Phyrexian Cleric with Death Touch. Cool. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain a life. Whenever another creature you control dies, each opponent loses a life. Damn. That's great. Solid. B. I think it's just easy B for Elis. That is a, like a 2-mana 2/2 Death Touch is fine. Because when it attacks people, your opponent isn't going to want to block. But as a Death Toucher, late in the game, it can block anything and you'll sustain. I like it. Yeah, B for Elis. And then, plus you'll be able to get some incremental life gain or damage on your opponent. I like it. Aaron! Benalia's Ruin. Oh, look at his armor. His armor's melting away? That's so cool. White, white, black for a 3/3 menace. You pay white and a black and tap them, and sacrifice another creature. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Dude, that seems good too. Oh, that makes him a really good attacker and a good blocker. The the double white will make them less consistent, which is a good design choice there. But that seems strong. Seems like somewhere between B- and B. I'll play it safe and say B-. I feel like more often than not, you've made it just being a 3/3 menace for 3 with that double pip. But if you get to the point where you can like start sacrificing bad blocks or whatever and just pump the rest of your team, that'll be good. Both solid cards, though. Next is a rare Ratadrabic of Urborg. 2 white black for a legendary zombie wizard. These are all legendaries, by the way. All of them. It's a 3/3 vigilance. Ward 2. Okay, I like Ward. Other zombies you control have vigilance. Whenever another legendary creature you control dies, create a token that's a copy of that creature. Except it's a non-legendary 2/2 black zombie. That's fantastic. Damn. I like that. So, there are so many legendary creatures that if your legendary creature dies, it just still comes back, and if any of them have an enter the battlefield effect, you just get that again. And it's got the ward to help protect it, to make sure you can stick around so that you can get value out of your legendary creatures. Yeah. Solid. I like it. Where does it put it? Don't know how much other zombie cards are in the set. I assume at least some. Probably still a B, though. Probably still B. Moving on. There's a lot to cover, so I'm trying to move through these kind of fast. Balmor, Battle Mage Captain. Blue-red for 1/3 legendary bird wizard with flying. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, creatures you control get +1/+0 and trample until end of turn. Neat. So blue-red is like the aggressive spells matter. Yeah. Okay. That's a cheap flyer. So it can immediately start getting in, and any additional spells, that damage adds up. Seems good. B. Joyra, Ageless Innovator. Blue and red for a legendary human artificer. 2 and 3. You can tap her, put 2 ingenuity counters on Joyra. Then you may put an artifact card with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield, where X is the number of ingenuity counters on Joyra. So this is a constructed card. She's like a C+. C plus just because she's a 2-mana 2/3. But what is nice is that you can actually activate her on your opponent's turn and just be able to get an artifact down onto the battlefield. C plus might even be too much. It's probably still just like a C. Just, yeah, I'm going to go down even a bit more. Just C. That said, I kind of want to see how she would work in my animated artifacts deck. I was just building an Explorer. She scales if left well alone. Sure, but how many artifacts are there going to be where the opponent's going to feel like punished for it? Unless there's like a Traxos or something. I don't know. Yeah, doesn't seem great. Just seems like a C to me. Next is Nagel, the Storm Runner. 2 blue-blue-red for a legendary freed wizard. That's a 5/4. You may cast sorcery spells as though they had flash. Okay. And then whenever Nagel attacks, you may pay 2. If you do, your next instant or sorcery cast this turn is copied. That seems good. Expensive to copy, but you can get a lot of effects off of that. Entering your sorceries in instance. I like them. Yeah. I think it's a... Probably go like B- for Nagel. Next, Urg, Spawn of Turg. Black, green. Legendary Frog Beast. This is black-red, or black-green. His power is equal to the number of land cards in your graveyard. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. You may put that card into your graveyard. You can also pay 2 to sack a land and gain 2 life. So Urg, Spawn of Turg. How much mill is there, or how much self-mill is there? In a typical game of Magic, Urg, Spawn of Turg, would probably end up at like... It's like a 3-5 on a good day. But Urg Spawn of Turg would be like a... See, oh man, like this would be like such a good splash with like, where's that guy that's like... What was I thinking of? Yeah, like Rulak Mons. Just to get other lands into your graveyard. Or the... discard 2 cards from your hand, bring back Rona. Like, there's synergy possibilities there with splashing. That could be cool. Otherwise, just kind of seems clunky. It's a big butt at 3 mana, though. But the upkeep effect is pretty legit. I like that. C+ for Urg, Spawn of Turg. A+ for naming. Next is Nimata, Primeval Warden, 2 black-green for a legendary Treefolk at rare. 3/4 reach. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. When you do, make a 1/1 green Saproling. Hell yeah. You can pay a green and sacrifice a Saproling to make Nimata get +2/+2 until the turn. Or you can pay 1 black and sacrifice 2 Saprolings to draw a card. Fantastic. It doesn't quite reach like bomb levels, but that's super good. B+ for Nimata. Like, it's not going to instantly win you the game, but that is a very, very solid card. B+. Next, Bortuk Bone Ratter. 4 black, green, 6 for a legendary troll shaman. It's a 4/4. Domain. When it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, choose a target creature card in your graveyard. Return to the battlefield if its mana value is less than or equal to the number of basic land types among lands you control. That Diddy Kong remix. She seems expensive. You will get like another creature back that late. It won't be an amazing creature, but we'll get something back, which is fine. Yeah, not so awesome that like... Again, if they feel like you're gonna average, like if you're lucky, maybe 3 lands, you can get like a 3-mana creature back. Yeah. I feel like Bortok Bone Rattle's a C+. Yeah, 6 mana for a 4/4 is pretty dorky. And even getting back like a 2 mana or 3 mana creature isn't so good that you're like gonna turn the tides of the battle if you're losing. But it is at least a 2-for-1, so C+. Alright, red white, Astor, Bearer of Blades. 2 red white for a 4/4. Seen this a lot. So a 4 mana 4/4 for a legendary rare warrior. When it enters the battlefield with the top 7 cards of your library, you may reveal an equipment or a vehicle card from among them and put them into your hand. Put the rest on your bottom. Equipment you control have equip 1. Vehicles you control have crew 1. I assume there's a fair amount of equipment in the set. But that also has a lot of... I can see a lot of constructed possibility with that too. Yeah, Colossus Hammer, exactly. Because that's bonkers. Even like vehicles crewing for 1 is super cheap. He's like a C, but if you can get equipment, if there's like a short sword or even like something like that again, he goes up. So C on his own. Not even like an awesome build around. Yeah, C like build around C+. But for the most part, he's just going to be a thick 4-mana 4/4. Next is Tori Davenant, Fury Rider. Tori Davenant herself, again, but he looks good. He does have muscles, yes. 1 red, white for a legendary Humanite 3/3 with Vigilance and Trample. Sure. Whenever Tori Davenant attacks, all other attacking creatures gain +1/+1 until end of turn. Other red attacking creatures gain Trample. Other white, untap other white attacking creatures you control. Oh, that's cool. That's kind of neat. So she just pumps the rest of the team when she swings in with the rest of them. But they all get bigger. Your red creatures Trample and your white creatures gain Vigilance. That's cool. I kind of like that design a lot. Really forwards the beatdown game plan. Yeah, it feels like some red-white aggression for sure. Okay. That seems good. She reads like a B to me. Not too much higher than that because she's really only good on the offense. Might be a B- because of that, frankly. But like, you know, when you start attacking with her, like, you're in a great position. Next we got blue and green. Ivy Gleeful Spell Thief. Blue green for a legendary fairy rogue. It's a 2/1 flyer. Whenever a player casts a spell that targets only a single creature other than Ivy, You may cast that spell or copy target's Ivy. Whenever a creature casts a spell that targets only... Oh, okay, I see. So if it's like a... So she would copy auras, she would copy pump spells, she would copy like potential bounces if you wanted to, potential whatever. Interesting. I think the big thing here is that she can copy auras.
Sweet.
Give your opponent a free 2-for-1. It's not a free 2-for-1 because you're not spending a card. You're not paying any money any mana to like make the copy. You're copying it. Sir Nee, thanks for that Twitch Prime resub. Hold on, my camera's dying. I forgot to plug in the battery. 1 sec. There we go. They target your creature with removal, then she also dies. It's a May. You don't have to... If someone targets another creature with removal, you don't kill Ivy with it. You say no. But this also works for yourself. So if you have a pump spell, you can pump like one of your own guys, and then it also happens to pump Ivy. That's how you get a free 2-for-1. Ivy seems fine. If nothing else, a 2-mana 2/1 flyer, if you can get this down on turn 2, like, that's early and fast enough that, like, she can probably get in for, like, 4-6 points of damage. I like Ivy. B+. Next is Tatiova. She's back. Does some land shit, I'm sure. Green, green, blue for a legendary druid. 3/3. Land creatures you control have flying. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, if you control 7 or more lands, up to 1 target land you control becomes a 3/3 elemental creature with haste. It's still a land. Oh. So she's a 3-mana 3/3. But then if for some reason, if the game goes long, which if you're playing blue-green, it should, she's just turning your lands into additional creatures. And what's great about this is that they become a 3/3 elemental creature. They'll have flying with her out, but it's not till end of turn. They just are 3/3 elemental creatures now. So that way your later land drops can at least get you a creature. Solid. Seven lands is a lot, though. So, not fantastic, but solid. B- for that one. Robius Illyrian. Thanks for that Twitch Prime resub. Next, we've got Nail Avizoa Aeronaut. Sure. 2 green blue for legendary Flying Scout. 2/4 flying. So whenever Nail deals combat damage to a player, look at the top X card of your library, where X is the number of basic land types among lands you control. Put one of them into your library, the rest onto the bottom. Then, if there are 5 basic land types among lands you control, draw a card. Okay, so you look at the top X, one goes back on top and the rest go on the bottom. That's fine. Another flyer. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's more likely than not just going to be a scry 2. If you have all 5 basic land types out, you'll scry 5, draw 1. And scry 5's a lot. Hey, Punky. Yeah, it's okay. It still just kind of seems like a C to me. If you have all 5 out, I don't even know at that point. It just kind of seems like a seed for a nail. Hey, Greggy. He has 100% something for commander. Yeah, I can see that. All right, so then we got... I guess I'll just finish the other gold cards while I'm here. Zerr, Eternal Schemer, white, blue, black, legendary human wizard, mythic, 1/4 flyer. Enchantment creatures you control have death touch, lifelink, and hexproof. You can pay 1 and a white. Target non-aura enchantment you control becomes a creature with power toughness equal to its mana value. Oh, okay, so when the next Eldraine set, not Eldraine, I was thinking Theros. Well, I said a lot of enchantment creatures. That was Theros. Would there be like a good Theros constructed? Kamigawa? I guess Kamigawa had some, but not under white, blue, or black. This is a constructed card. Yeah, this is a constructed card. I haven't really seen how many other enchantments are in the set, but it can't be that many and it can't be that good. Is this an F? This feels like an F. There are sagas. There are sagas, but they only last, at best, 3 turns. Even with enchantments, I don't think it's worth trying to build around Zerr and really make it work. Yeah, I think Zerr is a limited F. A lot of construction potential, though. But F for Zerr. Solkanar, the Tainted. 2 blue, black, red for a legendary elemental demon. That's mythic, 5/5. Oh, I've seen this one. At the beginning of your end step, choose one that hasn't been chosen. You draw a card. Each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Deal 3 damage up to 1 other target creature or planeswalker. And then finally, exile Solkanar, then return it to the battlefield under an opponent's control. This seems like a card that would be most entertaining under Commander, because you can choose the opponent. So I feel like because like all the effects are powerful. And at a 5 mana, like, oh, yeah, 5 mana. If you can get that down, like a 5 mana 5/5 is strong. And like it applies pressure to your opponent. And if they try to like not deal with it, well, then you're going to get all the other bonuses it affects. I actually think this card's really good. I think Solkanar's an A-. Especially if you got a way of removing your own dude. Blinking it, bouncing it. Whatever, so your opponent really can't use it. But this is cool. Yeah, I think Solkanar's an A-. That's powerful. Soul of Windgrace. 1 black, red, green for legendary cat avatar. Mythic, 5/4. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, you may put a land card from your graveyard onto the battlefield tapped under your control. Oh, I'm sorry. You may put a land card from a graveyard. Oh! A- if you have a means to sack or blink them. No, I think he's just an A- regardless. He becomes better if you have that, but he's just an A-. Is that a kitty? Yeah, he's like a panther. Okay, so you can also discard a land card. If it's green, discard a land, gain 3 life. 1 red, discard a land, draw a card. 2 black, discard a land. He becomes indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. So the way that reads, it does mean that you can attack with Soul of Windgrace first, and then activate the indestructible attack, and you can indestructible ability, and he's still attacking. Cool. It also allows you to steal a land from an opponent's graveyard to help you get that domain nonsense. And again, just gives you something to do with all those lands you got. That's solid. And a 4 mana? Yeah, I like them. Enters the battle. So when he enters the battlefield, that alone, any land cards in the graveyard ramps you. Soul of Windgrace is cool. It's another A-. Another A- for Soul of Windgrace. Rith, the Liberated Primeval. 2 red, green, white for a legendary Dargon. There's our first Dargon. 5/5, flying. Ward 2. Other dragons you control have Ward 2. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature or planeswalker an opponent controlled is dealt excess damage, make a 4/4 red dragon creature token. So if you kill something real hard, you just get a dragon out of it? Jesus Christ. That's bonkers good. What does Ward do? In order for your opponent to target a creature with spells or abilities, they must pay, in addition, the ward cost. So if I like pay 1 red mana to Lightning Bolt Rith, I have to pay 2 extra for ward, otherwise it gets prevented. Rith is super great. It's a 5 mana 5/5 flyer, ward 2 to help protect it. Then just great. Yeah, Rith. A. A for Rith. And the last gold card that we know about is Shana, the Purifying Blade. Green, white, blue for 3/3 lifelinker. At the beginning of your up step, you may pay X. If you draw X cards, X cannot be greater than the amount of life you gained this turn. Okay. So it's only on your end step, which means you need to be attacking with her or other lifelinkers in order to get this effect. But still, even just like a freaking Steadfast Paladin or whatever, swing in for 2, lifelink 2, pay 2, draw 2 at your end step is really good. Otherwise, she's a 3 mana 3/3 lifelink. Solid. B. What a good way to pay off lifelinking, though. B for Shana. Okay. That's all the gold cards. Now we're going to go all the way back up. And we're going to start going through the colors. Enjoying Now in the 90s if it makes you feel old? Well, thank you, Noah. It makes me feel old, too. I'm glad you're liking it. New episode of Now in the 90s tomorrow. Alright. Starting off. White. Runic Shot. We're going to go through mana value, by the way. 1 white sorcery at uncommon. Kicker, blue. Destroy target tapped creature. If this spell was kicked, scry 2. Okay. So, this isn't like such an awesome removal spell that you want to slam dunk as many of these into your deck as possible. I do like how cheap it is. However, because it's tapped creature, this means your opponent has already attacked you. And if it has survived a turn, that means you lost something in the process. You either took damage or you lost a creature or whatever. That said, that is 1 white to destroy a tapped creature is pretty cheap. But this isn't so good that you want to like make this all your removals because it can only hit tapped creatures. But that is efficient, and I like the kicker cost to help get you some card advantage. So it's also the important thing is that it is sorcery speed, but it's fine. C. Next is I think it'd be a decent sideboard option. I would play at least one of them main board for sure, but I wouldn't like keep them all sideboard. Vanilla Sleeper. 1 and a white for 3/1 Phyrexian Human Soldier. Kicker, 1 black. I love how this set has all this off-color kicker. I love that stuff. When Banal Sleeper enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, each player sacrifices a creature. That's okay. Yeah. That's okay. 1 white for a 3/1 is pretty standard. Paying 3 mana for a 3/1 that forces a sack. I mean, if you're playing white, there's a good chance you have some creature tokens that you can exchange out for a slight upgrade. He's still just kind of okay. Seems like a C- to me. The 1 toughness is rough, because anything blocks it and he dies. At 3 mana for a 3/1, even with the each player sacks effect. He is a little bit better on the draw. Because if your opponent does not have a creature on their second turn, and they get their first creature down on turn 3, you could potentially play him turn 3, and then make them lose their 3 mana creature. So, just kind of okay. C-. Guardian of New Benalia, 1 white for 2/2 human soldier that's rare. With enlist. Whenever the Guardian of New Benalia enlists a creature, scry 2. And you can discard a card. Ooh, to make it gain indestructible till end of turn. Tap it. Ooh. What was the name of that fucker? That was like 3/1. Discard a card, give it indestructible end of turn. Not a Danto Vanguard. So if it's already attacking, you can still activate this. Correct. So if you're already attacking, you can still discard a card. She'll gain indestructible, and she's already tapped, so that part doesn't matter. You might run out of cards quite fast, though. Well, and I think that's where the enlist comes into play there, Jugan. Because if you're scrying 2 and seeing what's coming up, that can set your hand up for how you want it to be. Sucks for a rare? Hard disagree. This seems like the exact kind of aggressive card you want. It's also great defensively because you can block anything, discard a card, and just give her indestructible. No, this is good. This is not a bad rare. This is great. And the enlist just makes it so that she attacks even better. And if your opponent knows that you can just make it indestructible, they're either going to take additional damage or they're going to lose a creature on it. No, Guardian New Benalia, I like quite a bit. And it's just a 2/2 for 2. Easy B for Guardian New Benalia. Enlist B banding. That's an oversimplification of it, but it makes more sense. Yeah, B for Guardian New Benalia, which is good. Next, Juniper Order Root Weaver, 1 white for a 2/2. Kicker green. When Juniper Order Root Weaver enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. I like it. She can target herself with that, so she's a 2 mana 2/2 or a 3 mana 3/3. Great. Or you can make something slightly bigger to get through your opponent's defenses, or attack better or block better. It's just kicker. Yeah, everything is just kicker. SMH in my head. Juniper is great. That's an easy C. Happy to have those in my deck. Next, Knight of Dawn's Light. Uncommon. 1 white for a 2/2 human knight. Woo, with first strike. If you would gain life, you gain that much +1 instead. And you can pump! The life part is weird. Everything else on it reads fantastic.
Sweet.
B plus for Knight of Dawn's life? Are you kidding me? Yeah, that's so efficient. I like that a lot. B plus for Knight of Dawn's life. Undercover Defective, great name. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Turn 3 is a 3/3 first strike. Well, you can attack, threaten making it a 3/3 first strike, so your opponent is in a difficult spot if they want to block it or not. If they do, you can spend the mana, take out their creature, end the turn. If they don't, well, then you still got mana to cast another spell. It's first strike. That's good. Yeah, B plus for Knight of Dawn's life. Damn. Next, Resolute Enforcements. 1 white for a uncommon human soldier. That's a 1/1 flash, but when it enters the battlefield, it comes in with a 1/1 white soldier creature token. So this is like... not Call to Arms. Or the Reinforcements card. Have I played Pioneer before? I have. I have a Pioneer deck. This is good. This can slot into like any of the white decks, because a lot of the white decks want to go wide. And this works really, really well defensively, because you suddenly get 2 chump blockers out of nowhere. I like that. Resolute Enforcement is very solid. C+. Next is a Samite Herbalist. God, it's like Samite Healer. 1 white for 2/1. Whenever Samite Herbalist becomes tapped, you gain a life and scry 1. I get it. She's your enlister. Yeah, if you enlist her, something gets 2 power. You gain a life and you get an extra scry. I would not play this card unless I had things that would enlist her, though. Because unless your opponent's board is empty, she's going to attack, what, once? And it's not a great exchange rate. But if you got enlist cards, she's fine. Leaning like a D+ for her. We've already seen like a bunch of other better 2-drops. Next is Take Up the Shield. That's cool art. That's like the Guardian of New Benalia starting to struggle, and then a Johnny like grabs her shield and protects her. That's fucking cool. When the white instant, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It gains lifelink and indestructible until end of turn. Yeah. That sure is a combat trick. It's a solid one. You gain life. You can protect a creature. The +1/+1 counter can help you win a combat. It's already indestructible though, so that might be redundant. Yeah, it's fine. Probably like a D+ for Take Up the Shield. Is this a spell you want for the blue-white deck? It could be. I think if there are more impactful, cheaper options, you'd rather have that. But that's fine. I wouldn't hate playing it. D+ for Take Up the Shield. Next is, I don't know. What am I looking at here? Unburial Priest. 1 white for a 2/3. Okay, kicker. 1 black. It's a 2/3 lifelink. When an Unburial Priest enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So it's a 2-mana 2/3 lifelink, but for 4 mana, it's also a Gravedigger? But thicker than Gravedigger? B. Damn, that's super good. She's also like Phyrexian, so she's got that sexy robot arm. Yeah. And Burial Priest is very good. Worst case, you get a solid blocker. Now, best case, You're on the play, you get her down on turn 2, and suddenly you're already attacking in for 2 free damage and lifelinking 2 immediately. And then later in the game, like, you still have a lifelinking creature that gets you some other creature back. Like, that's generates card value, gets you life, attacks well on the curves. Yeah, everything about this is great. Super good. Next is Valiant Veteran. 1 white for a rare creature, 2/2. Other soldiers you control get +1/+1. 3 white, exile Valiant Veteran from your graveyard. Put a +1/+1 counter on each soldier you control. Okay, so how many other soldiers do we see on actual cards? 1, 2, 3. Common, rare, uncommon. So it seems like for the most part, he's going to be pumping your tokens. Which is still great. I mean, yeah. Another solid card. B-. At worst. 2 mana. It's a 2 mana 2/2. But at least has like a later game option of at least being able to exile that and pumping any soldiers that you happen to have. And you can do that at instant speed, which is cool. Yeah. Be a fine grab. B-. Next is the Anointed Peacekeeper with 2 halberds and muscles. 2 white for a 3/3 at rare with vigilance. When it enters the battlefield, look at the opponent's hand, then choose any card name. Spells your opponent's cast with the chosen name cost 2 more to cast. Activated abilities of sources with the chosen name cost 2 more to activate, unless they're mana abilities. So this is kind of like a this is like a more reasonable Pablo Vitor Dama de Rosa card. Yeah, it's Spellbinder at home. Is Strixhaven still in rotation when this comes out? No, it's not? Damn, has it been that long since Strixhaven? Shit, okay. I was gonna say because Spellbinder and Anointed Peacekeeper would be fucking obnoxious. Yeah, this just seems like a more reasonable version of it. Because then if he dies, your card becomes normal cost again. The homeboy's going to be sticking around in Constructed, though. That's for fucking sure. Strixhaven is 2020. God, fucking... Just let me turn to dust already. Sweeper Group and Furio, thank you for the resubs. Um, 2021. That seems more likely. Solid card. B. 3/3 Vigilance for 3 is great. You get information on your opponent's hand, and you can delay their plan a bit. Yeah, B. Great. Next is Argivian Cavalier. 2 white for a 2/2 Orc Knight at common with Enlist. But when it's the battlefield, you get a 1/1 white soldier creature token with it. That's the fine card. C. For 3 mana, you get 3 power and 3 toughness spread across 2 bodies. The knight typing hasn't seemed very relevant, but it does get you the soldier at least. Go down a little bit. C-. If this is a soldier, easy C. But without that, C-. Next. Charismatic Vanguard. 2 white for a 3/2 dwarf soldier. You can pay 5 mana to give creatures you control +1/+1 till end of turn. Yeah, that's a guy. D. For the most part, he's a 3 mana 3/2, which is a guy. If you need dudes, that's what he is. D. Next is Citizen's Arrest. 1 white for a common enchantment. I love this art. When Citizen's Arrest enters the battlefield, exile target creature or planeswalker and opponent controls until Citizen's Arrest leaves the battlefield. This guy is sus. What is happening there? So the whole plot line in this is that a bunch of people in Dominaria are secretly robots, and the robots are attacking and taking over. And the Citizen's Arrest like, look at him, he's actually a robot. And the human flesh face is splitting apart to reveal the robot underneath. Yeah, great. 3 mana exile effect. We've had these kind of effects many times before. Just C+ for it. The double white is a bummer because you can't really splash for it. Next is Cleaving Skyrider. 2 and a white for 2/2 Human Warrior uncommon. Flash. Flying. It also has Kicker 2 and a red. So when it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, it deals X damage to any target, where X is the number of attacking creatures. Oh, fascinating. That does not have to be your attacking creatures. So you can use this to, if your opponent, like, Alpha Strikes, you suddenly Cleaving Skyrider in and take out a big thing of theirs. That's interesting. It doesn't have to be your attackers. Huh. Okay. So how much would I care for a 3 mana 2/2 Flash Flyer? A 3 mana 2/2 Flash Flyer isn't very exciting. It's also any target, so you can go to face with that? I don't... It's like a D+ without the kicker. Kicked, it's like a C+. It is 6 mana for that effect. But that could create some interesting play around options. And if you're in white-red, like 6 mana is a lot for white-red. But like, you know, if the game's going long... Yeah, that's a weird one to grade. It's like a D+ on its own. With kicker costs, closer to like a C. I guess they'll just split the difference and call it a C-. That's interesting design, though. I'm intrigued by that. I could see some, like, surprising finishers come in from it. Next, Join Forces. 2 white, uncommon instant. Untap up to 2 target creatures. They each get +2/+2 until end of turn. Yeah. That's a card. D. Next is a saga, which will translate over here. The Love Song of Night and Day. Ooh. With Read Ahead. So if you guys have not seen Read Ahead, this allows you to start any saga at any chapter now. So you don't have to go 1, 2, 3. You can get like the last effect right away or just do the second and third effect. Chapter 1. You and target opponent each draw 2 cards. 2. Create a 1/1 white bird creature with flying. 3. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. This doesn't seem very good. Yeah, you can skip the chapter 1 draw part unless for some reason you really want cards. Maybe this is kind of meant to be like a commander card because it is target opponent. But otherwise you're paying 3 mana. Say you skip just chapter 1, goes chapter 2. You're paying 3 mana to get a 1/1 bird. And then next turn, maybe you can make that to a 2/2 flyer and then like something else, like 1 mana bigger. Or if you just go to chapter 3, you're paying 3 mana just to give 2 creatures +1/+1 permanently. This does not seem great. I don't like it. If you're aggressive enough, maybe the chapter 1 could be relevant in case you just need to like replenish your hand because you're just dropping spells left and right. But 2 cards? Damn. I don't love it. It's like a, seems like a D- to me. Yeah, I really don't like it. D-. Next, Mesa Cavalier, 2 and a white for a common 2/1 flyer. When it's the battlefield, you gain 2 life. Yep, D. Moving on. Stall for time, 2 and a white, common instant with kicker, 1 blue. Tap up to 2 target creatures. If this spell was kicked, put a stun counter on each of those creatures. Draw a card. The card's good at supporting a wobbly table. Got him. So, is this what they're saying for from now on for any creature that's like this creature does not untap during the next untap step? Now everyone just gets stun counters. I know there's cards that like make it so they get like 3 stun counters. But anyway, so reading the card as it is, I quite like this. It's it reminds me of the Ardenvale Pegasus from Eldraine, where you can use that to tap 2 of your opponent's creatures before their combat step. So if they lose attackers, and more importantly, lose blockers, allowing to set you up for some good attacks. But more importantly, this card allows you to draw a card afterwards. The fact that it replenishes itself makes it very, very tempting. And then if you got the blue mana for it, and you can like keep them tapped down, even better. I actually like this one a lot. I like it. See, I'm a fan. Next, Temporary Lockdown. 1 white for a rare enchantment. When Temporary Lockdown enters the battlefield, exile each non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less until Temporary Lockdown leaves the battlefield. Oh my god damn. This card is going to be everywhere in Constructed. And I'm very scared of it in Constructed. Because this one card can completely ruin my entire Animate Artifact Pioneer deck. But we're talking limited, not constructed. And from a limited standpoint, limited, it's like, it's a sideboard B. I don't think you main deck this. But if you're ever facing someone and they're like doing token generation, bringing this in would be just devastating to them. Sideboard B. It's freaking good though. Next, Archangel of Wrath. 2 white for a rare 3/4 flying angel. It has kicker black and or red. So you could do both, or one, or none. Ah, whoops. No, I just actually killed my music. I'm sorry. Let me bring that back. I was trying to jam out to Doom. I ruined it. Please come back. Oh yeah, all tokens would get wiped from it. Clues, treasure, blood. Okay, so it's 3/4 flying lifelink for 4 mana, solid. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, deal 2 damage to any target. When it enters the battlefield, if it's kicked twice, deal 2 damage to any target. Okay. Yeah, so every time you kick it, you just get to deal 2 damage to something. But it has lifelink on there. So, not only does it deal 2, because Archangel of Wrath is dealing damage, you also lifelink 2. And it can go to face. It can hit 2 creatures. This is a great card. Archangel of Wrath is super good. Hey. Thank you, Invasion. Shouts to Invasion. One of the best sets of all time. I think it's too wordy for what it wants to do. I don't think it's too bad. Yeah, it's very flexible. It can go in white-black and go in white-red. You can splash for the extra kicker effect. Why not? No, super good. Very good, strong. Very good card. Next, Coalition Sky Knight. 3 and a white for 2/2 flyer uncommon with Enlist. I mean, with the Enlist, does allow it to attack in the air for a lot of damage. But that's it. I would not be excited about paying a 4 mana 2/2 flyer when I need to block. And if only 2 toughness, I feel like there's plenty of other flyers that could also stop it. I don't think I like it that much. D+ for Coalition Sky Knight. Next, Sarah Paragon. 2 white for 3/4 flyer. Once during each of your turns at Mythic, you may play a land from your graveyard or cast a permanent spell with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard. If you do, it gains when this permanent is put into a graveyard from the battlefield. Exile it, and you gain 2 life. So it's like a pseudo Sarah Angel. That's awesome, though. So you get a 4 mana, 3/4 flyer, which is as good as Archangel of Wrath. But it allows you to get lands out of your graveyard. And also allows you to cast cheap creatures out of your graveyard that if they die, you also gain 2 life from. So she's Lurrus at home. I like her. That seems like another easy A. A for Sarah Paragon. Next is Wingmantle Chaplain. 3 white for an uncommon 0/3 defender. Oh. When it enters the battlefield... Oh, when it enters the battlefield, you create a 1/1 white bird creature token with flying for each creature with defender you control. Whenever another creature with defender enters the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 white bird creature token with flying. Defender payoff? I don't know how many other defender cards there are. I mean, she does go wide, and it's the only thing I've seen so far that lets you generate birds. Three toughness at 4 mana sucks. Like, if maybe she had flash or something, like, no. No. No, just no. No, the Wingmantle Chaplain. A D-. There's 6 defenders currently revealed in the set. That's not enough. I don't think that's good enough. D-. Next. Danitha, Benalius Hope, due to Orin equipment shit again. 4 and a white for a 4/4 legendary rare. First strike, Vigilance, Lifelink. Great. When it's the battlefield, you may put an aura or equipment card from your hand or graveyard onto the battlefield attached to Danitha. That's a little bit more like it. She can just get immediately equipped or aura'd up. And she's a 5-mana 4/4 first strike Vigilance, Lifelink. Yeah. Solid. B. I'm curious. We didn't see any white auras, did we? Oh, that's interesting. There have not been any white auras revealed. Weird. Huh. Okay. What's the best aura equipment you could slap on her? If you tap out with it, ideally something to protect her more. In a constructed mindset, Colossus Hammer. Or, I'm thinking... You wouldn't be able to do the artifact creatures from Kamigawa back as art equipment because they have reconfigure. Any aura that gives her hexproof. But I'd be happy just playing her as a vanilla beefy creature. Defiler of Faith. That's cool art. 3 white for a rare Phyrexian human. That's a 5/5 Vigilance. As an additional cost to cast white permanent spells, you may pay 2 life. Those spells cost white less to cast if you paid life this way. This effect reduces only the white amount of white mana you pay. And whenever you cast a white permanent spell, make a 1/1 white soldier creature token. So, Defiler of Faith makes it so that all your white permanents now have Phyrexian mana costs. Neat. It is a 5/5 Vigilance on its own, which is fine. And gives all the other white. Okay, and you don't have to pay the life to get the 1/1 white soldier out of it. Okay. It's solid. I think just a B still. It isn't like so powerful that it's going to run away with the game. It can potentially get you a little bit of upside. But I like them. B. Next, Sarah Redeemer, 3 white for 2/4 flyer. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, put 2 +1/+1 counters on that creature. Dang. I like her a lot too. She has enough toughness and flies well that she can block and probably keep herself around. If you make any tokens, your tokens are all becoming like 3/3s or better. You think this card is not for limited? It's in Jumpstart? Oh, you're right. You're right. Look at the card number. It's only in Jumpstart. Rip, never mind. Moving on, chat. Ignore that. Doesn't exist. Fuck. That sucks. Okay, good to know. Appreciate it. Next, Shalai's Acolyte. 4 and a white for an uncommon 3/4 flying angel. 1 a green with his kicker's cost. Flying. If Shalai's Acolyte was kicked, it enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. 5 mana 3/4 flyer or a 7 mana 5/6 flyer. 5/6 is a lot. Seems like a C. I think there are better top-end options, I imagine, but if you've got nothing else, Shali's Acolyte can work. The final white card that we know of, Leyline Binding. 5 in a white for a rare enchantment. Flash. With Domain. When Leyline Binding enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent in opponent controls until Leyline Binding leaves the battlefield. So, the most it'll cost is 5 mana, assuming you only have a Plains out. With 2 basic lands, it costs 4. At 4, it's actually pretty good. At 4, it's pretty good. At 3, it's great. Yeah, it's only because it has Flash that makes it good. Because it's basically like, would you pay 4 mana for... instant speed banish? At 3 mana, yeah, 3 mana it's cast out. But could hit more targets. No, I actually think that's a weird one, because you look at it, you're like, that seems expensive and pretty bad. But even with just 2 basic lands out, 4 mana instant speed exile removal. In white, no, that's pretty good. Imagine, like, this is right in line with, like, Vraska's Contempt. Or anything similar. No, this is good. B. So what we know of white, aggressive white looks great. Alright, we'll move on to blue. Rona's Vortex. 1 blue, instant uncommon, with kicker 2 to black. Return target creature or planeswalker you don't control to its owner's hand. If it was kicked, put it on the bottom of its owner's library instead. So it's unsummoned with kicker. Yeah, this is just unsummoned with extra steps. I mean, you can hit planeswalkers as well, but if you want to really split hairs here, but you know what I mean. Yeah, okay. Ooh, you're right. Does not target your own creatures. The fact that it doesn't target your own creatures is kind of a important part to it. Yeah, it's fine though. Has a little bit of flexibility, especially in the late game at least, so C+. And if you really want to get cute with it, nope, never mind. Yeah, just C+. Next, Timely Interference, another 1 blue instant. A lot of cheap blue instants. With kicker 1 and a red. Target creature gets -1/-0 until end of turn. If this spell was kicked, that creature blocks this turn. If able, draw a card. So this is the blue cantrip. We've seen the blue cards that care about casting instants or sorceries to get buffs or whatever other effects. And 1 blue instant that immediately cantrips and replaces itself. It's hard to ask much more than that. The kicker's weird. Yeah, that's like a you'll want these in your Spells Matters deck, but that's it. I don't think it's very good anywhere else, even at that cheap. Where do you get that? Yeah, like D+. But again, if you got the cards that like really want spells in the graveyard, you casting spells, Timely Interference as the exact kind of mana cost and redraw that you want. Hoagie, thanks for that resub. Next, Battlewing Mystic, 1 in a blue for an uncommon 2/1 flyer with kicker, red. If it enters the battlefield, if kicked, discard your hand, then draw 2 cards? Neat. He's like a welcome turn. But can get you extra cards if you draw them like turn 8. I like him. C+. It's super aggressive if you get down on turn 2. And late game can really help your hand out. I like him enough. C+. Yeah. Next, Coral Colony. 1 in a blue for an uncommon 1/4 defender. Okay. You can pay 1 in a blue, tap it, target player mills X cards, where X is the number of creatures you control with defender. That's dumb. D. I guess if you have like multiples of those and you just wall up as much as possible, I can't even imagine even that would mill all that great. Nah, D. I think you could meme it. I think you could meme it if you wanted to do the mill win. Not bad stats for a 2-drop. I mean, again, yeah. It's not like... I still think there are better 2-drop options, but if you really just need to sustain to the late game, sure. But it seems memey. Next, a Saga. 1 in a blue. Chapter 1. You may cast instant or sorcery spell with mana value 1 or 2 from your hand without paying its mana cost. Okay, so you can play this and cast something else from your hand right away. Chapter 2. Target player mills 4 cards. Okay. Chapter 3. Exile instant or sorcery from your graveyard. Copy it. You may cast the copy. Okay, so you like play this. This actually seems like one where you wanna... I don't know why you'd want to read ahead. I think you actually almost would wanna chapter 1 it. The chapter 2, I think you're supposed to hit yourself because you could find more spells for you to copy. Yeah. Okay. Seems okay. I mean, only getting an instant or sorcery from chapter 1 doesn't mean it's going to be super impactful. But if you have something bigger, it's chapter 3 could give you a big payoff. It seems okay. C-. And the mill part's just kind of whatever. Next, Impede Momentum, 1 in blue for a common sorcery. Tap target creature and put 3 stun counters on it. Scry 1. So this would be like the kind of spell where if you play Founding the Path, you chapter 1 it, and then you Impede Momentum on some fucker right away. Then that's pretty good. Dude, tap a creature down for 3 turns. That's a pretty long time. And you get a scribe. I like it. See. Next, Joint Exploration, 1 in the blue, uncommon instant, kick or green. Scry 2, then draw a card. If this spell was kicked, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. So it's Growth Spiral, but better? It's more expensive. 2 mana Scry 2, draw a card? Even without the kicker, that's awesome. Like the Scry 2, draw a card could potentially put you near like divination at instant speed. C+. Yeah, C+ for Joint Exploration. Super Explorer? Not exactly. It's much more different than that. Think Growth Spiral. I like it. Negate. Oh! There was a small part of me that was kind of hoping that you just would not reprint Negate. Because with rotation happening, Negate would not exist in Standard. But they are reprinting it. But could you imagine if there just wasn't a Negate in Standard? Art's cool. Yeah, that sure is a counterspell. D+. Next, Protect the Negotiators. 1 in blue, uncommon, instant with kicker white. If the spell is kicked, make a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Counter target spell, unless its controller pays 1 for each creature you control. That's actually kind of cool. A solid counter spell. If you're playing blue-white and you got creatures down. Oh man, I like that. And if nothing else, like a 3-mana counter, but also get a guy. It hits any spell. Am I crazy? Is this really good? Like, I'm leaning C+ for it. Am I crazy? B? I would not go B. Because remember, Bs are cards where it's like, when you see that, you're like, the color is amazing and I'm drafting all these cards. This isn't so good a card that I would see this in a pack and be like, hell yeah, baby, I'm going blue. It's just a very good counter spell. Yeah, I think C+ for it. That's crazy. Next, Silver Scrutiny. X blue for a rare sorcery. You may cast Silver Scrutiny as though it had flash if X is 3 or less. Draw X cards. That's fascinating. So, 1 blue, it sucks. 2 blue. Well, then you got, you know, mini spells like that. Behold. Can't remember the other instant spell that was like that. At 5, you have Jace's Ingenuity at instant speed. And then if you ever need to in the late game, you could just dump all your mana for it way later. That's a fine card draw spell. At 4 or more, at 4 and 5. Do not cast it for 3. Unless you have to be like desperate to cast it for 3. Yeah, I think I actually kind of like that. C. C for Silver Scrutiny. Next is Vodalen Hexcatcher. That's a cool name. 1 in a blue for a rare Merfolk Wizard. It's a 1/1 with flash. Other merfolk you control get +1/+1, and you can sacrifice a merfolk to counter target non-creature spell unless the controller pays 1. Well, this looks like it's going to be goddamn obnoxious. How many other merfolks are there? I know there's at least some. Can you build merfolk tribal in like green-blue? 6 merfolk currently revealed. Oh, that's surprisingly little. So I guess like build around B then? Because if you don't have merfolk, he's dumb. He does allow you to sacrifice himself to counter a target non-creature spell. I'll say build around B. Otherwise D. So you could, yeah, I guess he technically has the option of flashing in and then immediately sacrificing himself to like Jwari Disruption the guy. Yeah. Build around B, otherwise not great. Next is Vosh Tide Turner, 1 in a blue for a 1/3 Merfolk Wizard of Common. You can tap her to add blue, to cast an instant, or sorcery, or a kick spell. Okay. Yeah, she's okay. D+. Next, Academy Wall, 2 in a blue for Common Wall, 0/5 Defender. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery card, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. You can only do this once each turn. Okay. Yeah, that's... At least has 5 toughness at 3 mana. You get to, like, loot once a turn if you cast a spell. D+, I guess. I could see myself playing one of these if I know I got a late game plan. Because the extra looting could be pretty important. Next, Haughty Jin. 1 blue. What the fuck? Where do you get this boob window shirt? Boob and ab window shirt? That's not fucking fair. He's a rare Jin with flying. His power is equal to the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard. Instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less. Oh no, he's hot. The Jin is a hottie. What the fuck? God damn it. Dude, that's a spell payoff and a win condition. B+. You son of a bitch. And I just want to put my hand on your abs for just like a solid fiber. Because even if like 2 instant or sorceries, you have a 3 mana 2/4 flyer. That's fucking great. And he just makes your other spells cheaper. Fuck yeah, dude. He's hot. B+. Phyrexian Espionage, 2 in a blue for a common sorcery. Kicker, 1 black. Draw 2 cards. Hey, it's Divination! With a kicker upside, each opponent discards a card? That's hilarious. Yeah. C for super divination. This card would be very, very good in sealed. Yeah, I'd be happy playing more than 1 copy of that in sealed. Next, Tolarian Geyser, 2 in a blue for another common sorcery with kicker white. Return target creature to its owner's hand. Draw a card. If the spell was kicked, gain 3 life. At sorcery? Dude, if this was instant speed, it would be sick. Sorcery speed, less good. And frankly, the white kicker. Kick that. I mean, like, I guess if you're, like, desperately need some life, you can. But I do like the fact that at least draws you a card back a bit more. Ah, man, that sorcery speed kills me, though. This might be the closest thing blue has to removal, though. I guess C- for it, if only because it replaces itself. Might be even be D+. I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt, though. Say C-. Next, Vodalen Mind Singer. 1 blue for a rare Merfolk Lizard with kicker. 1 red and or 1 green. He enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it for each time it was kicked. So it could be a 3 mana 2/2, a 5 mana 4/4, or a 7 mana 6/6. When Vodalen Mindsinger enters the battlefield, gain control of target creature with power less than Vodalen Mindsinger's power for as long as you control Vodalen Mindsinger. So really, he's only good at 5 mana. Or more. The big thing is that it says the target creature's power is less than his power. Not less than or equal to. So if you play him down for 3, you can only take something with power 1 or 0. I mean, you could do something tricksy and like play Vodalen Mindsinger and then trigger on the stack, pump him. That just seems like it takes extra steps. 5 mana, though. That's great. He's like a B- if kicked. Otherwise, like a D if not kicked. Could work with the Merfolk Lord. It would work. That's 2 rares, though. Yeah. That's all I got to say for that one. Next, Voda Sea Scavenger. 2 and a blue for a 3/2 Merfolk Rogue. Common. With Domain. Look at the enters the battlefield. Look at the top X cards of your library. Or X number of basic lands you have. Me put one of those cards on top. Put the rest on bottom. Okay. Kind of a dorky 3 mana 3/2 that you can at least scry. So, that's okay. D+. Next, another Djinn. Djinn of the Fountain. 4 blue, uncommon 4/4 flyer. Goddamn. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, choose one. It gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Alright. Exile it. Then return it to the battlefield under its under control. So you can +1/+1, blink it, or scry one. The blink part seems really situational. Like, I guess to protect it, because you can cast any spell. 6 mana for a 4/4 flyer is pretty beefy, though. That could be an okay top end. Especially in sealed. Yeah, seems okay. C-. Next up, Micromancer. 3 and a blue. For an uncommon human wizard, when it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for an instant or sorcery card with mana value 1 and put it into your hand. You sure are. I mean, I guess if you're playing like the spells matter deck, you can go back and grab like the Timely Interference or the Rona's Vortex. There might be targets for her. Probably just like a C though. C as long as you got targets. If you don't have any targets, like if you have no mana value 1 spells in your deck, this is a D. Not super exciting. Next, the phasing of Zhalfir. 2 blue for a Saga, rare. Chapters 1 and 2 are another target non-land permanent phases out, and it can't phase back in so long as you have the phasing of Zhalfir. Chapter 3, destroy all creatures. For each creature destroyed this way, its controller creates a 2/2 black Phyrexian creature token. A blue board wipe? But you can use this to, like, protect your own creatures from being nuked. And then downgrade your opponent's creatures. I mean, worst comes to worst, you could also, if you want everything to die, you can target, like, other... Well, I was going to say non-land. You could hit, like, enchantments or artifacts or something. Huh. That's interesting. It looks like a B+. Definitely helps you get through parity. And then if you're already winning, you can phase out your opponent's creatures to open them up to attacks. And then if you're, like, losing, you can also phase out. You can potentially just, like, start at Chapter 3 and just nuke the world. Interesting. B+ for phasing. Next, Vesuvian Diplomacy, 3 in blue for a mythic enchantment. Whenever you cast a spell that targets only a single artifact or creature you control, create a token that's a copy of the artifact or creature, except it's not legendary. Whenever you cast a spell that targets a creature you control. So I guess if you have, like, buff spells or fight spells, but not even fight spells. I said Vesuvian Diplomacy. It's Duplimancy. I guess it really comes down to, this is a build around. It's like another build around B. But it's also like, how many spells could you have that you want to target your own stuff to get the payoff for this? And you have to, like, take a turn off to make it happen. It feels like a build around B. You would need, like, a lot of combat trick style stuff. Some janky fun. Yeah, it'd be a pretty memey card for sure. Next, Defiler of Dreams. Blue Defiler, 3 blue. Rare flying, 4/3. As an initial cost to cast a spell, you have Phyrexian stuff. Whenever you cast a blue permanent spell, draw a card? Fuck! That's way better than the white one. Hey! Damn. Defiler of Dreams is great. Hey. I don't think I got anything else to say. Yep. A for Defiler of Dreams. Man, if you untap with that, even if like you don't get the effect off, a 5 mana for a 4/3 flyer is fucking fantastic. And that's a card where it's like your opponent has to kill it. It's a bomb. Hey. Next, Frost Fist Strider. 3 blue for an uncommon elemental giant, 4/4, ward 2. When it enters the battlefield, tap target creature opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. This is the biggest, most expensive Frost Links I ever did see. I'm always a fan of Frost Links. He actually seems solid. Slightly on the dorky side, but solid. C+. Next, Sphinx of Clear Skies. 3 blue for a mythic Sphinx. 5/5 flying, ward 2. Jesus, okay. Whenever Sphinx of Clear Skies deals combat damage to a player, reveal the top X card of your library or X your lands. An opponent separates those cards into 2 piles. You get to put one into your hand, the other into your graveyard. That's hilarious. So, if for some reason you're a mono blue, no matter what, you just draw a card. At 2 cards, you still draw a card, and then like you'll lose one to the graveyard. 5 mana 5/5 flyer with ward 2 is still fucking good. Dude, another A. That's A+ for Sphinx. God damn. Sphinx of Clear Skies is very good. A+. Cosmic Epiphany, 4 blue, rare sorcery. Draw a card equal to the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard. This seems like a commander card. Oh, it's a jumpstart card. Never mind. Good. Moving on then. Tolarian Terror. 6 and a blue for a common serpent. 5/5, but it costs 1 less for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard with ward 2. So, when we see cards like this, it's like, how much mana would you be willing to pay for a 5/5 with ward 2 and feel like you got your value out of it? With 2 spells in your graveyard, 5 mana for a 5/5 ward 2, sure. But if you're able to cast this for like 4 as a 5/5 or 2 and a blue for a 5/5, then you're getting somewhere. But yeah, having to pay anything more than... If you have to pay anything more than 4 and a blue, it's not going to feel very good. Build around C, though. If you got, like, enough spells, especially with, like, the little cantrippy boys, you can get them out for cheap. Why not? Alright, that's the last blue one. Dude, blue's got some fun cards. The Djinns, the Filer, the Sphinx. Goddamn. Let's go. Love blue. Alright, let's do black. Cult Conscript. Black. For an uncommon skeleton warrior, Cult Concept enters the battlefield tapped as a 2/1. You can pay 1 in a black to return Cult Conscript from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only if a non-skeleton creature died under your control this turn. So this is like, the fuck was his name? Not Gravecrawler. Was it Gravecrawler? Maybe it was Gravecrawler. We can keep bringing it back. No, I'm thinking of a different one. There's a different one from a previous set where it's like one black, just black for 2/1 enters the battlefield tap, but you can like keep recasting it. Doesn't matter. Anyway, a As long as a non-skeleton creature... Oh, it has to be one of yours, though. Okay. So it can't be just any creature. It's a bit of a bummer. Still good, though. I think he's fine enough, see? Next, cut down. Black, instant, uncommon. Destroy target creature with power and toughness. Total power and toughness 5 or less. Fuck? Would you argue that this is better than Fatal Push? That's super good. In some ways, it's better. I agree. Fuck. B? I'd be happy playing multiples of these. There's not going to be many creatures this can't hit. Not better than Fatal Push, though? I don't know. Even, like, there's 4 mana and 5 mana creatures that this could still hit. Yeah, exactly. Kill 0/5 walls. Got him! Yeah, still. Very good. B. Next, Evolved Sleeper. Black for rare human. That's a 1/1. Black. The Evolved Sleeper becomes a human cleric with base power and toughness 2/2. Okay. 1 to black. If it's a cleric, give it a death touch cleric. Give it a death touch counter, and now it's a 3/3. 1 black. Now give it a +1/+1 counter, then you draw a card, and then you lose a life. Holy shit. This card rules. Look at the way this would play out. On turn 1, put it down, boom, you got yourself a 1/1. Turn 2, for only 1 more black, boom, you got yourself a 2/2. Turn 3, pay 1 a black, boom, you got yourself a 3/3 death touch, and you still have a black mana left over. And then at turn 4, if it's still around, 1 black, now you got yourself a 4/4 death touch, draw a card, lose a life. Another way to look at it. On turn 3, you play this for 1, immediately activate it, and you got yourself a 3/3. You can also do it at instant speed. You don't have to do it right away. You could just do it at your judge's or your opponent's end step. Oh, and you can do the last one multiple times. You're right. This is fantastic. A- for Evolved Sleeper. A-. This is a, yeah, he's just a mana sink that's very good and a threat early on. And late game can easily set himself up to block. Because, like, after turn 4, you're basically playing black to have a 3/3 Death Toucher. But you can pay that in installments. I like them. Yeah, I think A-. Hey, Crapple Snarf, welcome to the stream. Next is Urborg Repossession. Black, common and sorcery, with kicker 1 green. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. You gain 2 life. If it was kicked, you may get another target permanent from your graveyard to your hand. I actually like that. I mean, the sorcery speed's a bit of a bummer. But you basically get to pay 1 black to get a better card out of your graveyard. And then a kick to get 2 cards out. Yeah, another target permanent. Yeah, artifact, creature, enchantment, whatever. It could be another one. The gain 2 life part is weird. But whatever. No, this card seems solid. See. It's a easy 2 for 1. Next, Blight Pile. 1 black for a 3/3 defender. Okay, uncommon. How many? Only 2 mana for a 3/3 defender's okay. You can pay 2 black, tap them. Each opponent loses X life, where X is the number of creatures with defender you control. That seems like a lot of mana just to be a dick. It's just like, that seems like a... What was that dragon's name? The wall dragon? Arcades? Seems like it's meant for like that in Commander. Weird. Defender tribal. Not unlimited. Again, if you want to be cute about it in your commanders or whatever, you do that. Next is Pilfer. 1 and a black for an uncommon sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. That seems fucking obnoxious. Oh, Jumpstart. Never mind. Good, moving on. Wait, no, not Jumpstart. No, main set. Yeah, it's a main set. So it's like a... like Thoughtseize for 2 mana? It can hit creatures, it can hit spells. I can actually see this seeing constructed play for additional hand hate. 2 mana isn't that too much for it. Limited, less helpful though. This could be like a sideboard D+. Because sometimes, especially in like sealed, because sometimes you could be playing against an opponent who has like a bomb rare or something that you just cannot stop or get past. And using a discard to just deal with it is viable. So like sideboard D+, otherwise probably don't play it. Next, Stronghold Arena. 1 black for a rare enchantment with kicker green and or white. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life for each time it was kicked. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you may reveal the top card of your library and put it to your hand. If you do, you lose life equal to its mana value. That's cute. So you kick it to get a little bit extra life, so that when you hit the opponent, you have life to spend to look at the top card of your library and put it in your hand. It's alright, B-. It is a means of getting multiple card advantage and draw extra cards. And then, worst comes to worst, in the late game, you can kick it for a little bit extra life. Yeah, that's okay, B-. Next, the Raven Man. Oh, lore. 1 and a black for a 2/1 legendary human wizard that's rare. At the beginning of each end step, if a player discarded a card, make a 1/1 black bird creature token that can't block. You can also pay 3 and a black and tap them to make each opponent discard a card. Activate only as a sorcery. The Raven Man is that guy. He's super important to Liliana's past. Man, that sorcery is a bummer. Because at some point, you're just not going to be making birds anymore. Unless you're making yourself discard cards. Where's that put him? That's a weird one, because he's not like a constant value generator. He's probably going to be like a C+. Unless you have a lot of self-discard things. I'm willing to at least give it a C+, because if you get it down on turn 2, that's viable. But yeah, it's not like an amazing bomb rare. D in draft, I wouldn't go that low. Nah, he's got enough upside that he's not dorky. The one hit point is easy to remove. Well, you're not trying to attack or block with them. You can if you need to, but that's not your goal. Moving on. Toxic Abomination. 1 and a black for a common Phyrexian zombie. It's a 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, you lose 2 life. He's okay. Leaning towards C- because that is a cheap, efficient creature. I wouldn't go any higher than C- though, because if you're really late in the game and you're running low on life, well then this card becomes very, very dangerous. But he's just kind of okay, C-. Next is Tribute to Urborg. 1 and a black common sorcery. With kicker, 1 and a blue. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Okay. Like, but if it was kicked, it gets an additional -1/-1 until the end of turn for each incident sorcery in your graveyard. That's kind of a fun effect. I like that kicker. Probably an easy B. Black minus effects are always fun. But then if you like get the kicker for like a little bit of extra bonus, yeah, why not? Yeah, you'd be happy playing these. B. Next, Balduvian Atrocity. 2 black for an uncommon Phyrexian Berserker. It's a 2/3. Kicker cost red. Oh, it's a 2/3 menace. But when it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. Solid. Him being a 2/3 menace doesn't make him like the best attacking menacer. But he's fine. C. Let's say C for him. Next, Braids. Arisen Nightmare. 1 black for a rare 3/3. At the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice an artifact, creature, enchantment, land, or planeswalker. If you do, each opponent may sacrifice a permanent that shares a card type with it. For each who doesn't, they lose 2 life and you draw a card. That's expensive. So, like... At turn 3, you're not going to really want to sacrifice a whole lot unless you got, like, a cheap, dumb creature you don't mind potentially exchanging out to hit your opponent's 2 or 3 drop. And if they don't, you at least get to draw a card and do 2. But in the late game... You could have weak dead creatures you could swap out. You could hit lands, but that's a hefty price. That's a weird card. Huh. That's a tough one. It's probably going to be more meant for Commander because it's each opponent. But in Limited... If you have token generation, better. And limited is just sack lands for draws? Well, that's only if your opponent doesn't sack a land. Because if they're also flooding out, then it doesn't do anything. I mean, if your opponent misses land drops and you have this out, then yeah, you could potentially get extra draws. That is a tough card to grade. I want to say like... Damn. If you ever end up with like an artifact that they don't, you could basically force them to lose to life and you get to draw out the card. At least a B? See, I don't think I would go that high. This seems clunky. I'm leaning B minus. That's a tough one. Yeah, I'm gonna say B minus and just move on. What a weird card. Next is a card in the language I don't know. Oh, Braids is Nightmarish Return. Neat. 2 and a black for a saga with read ahead. 1, you may sacrifice a creature. If you do, each opponent discards a card. 2, return target creature card from the graveyard to your hand. 3, target opponent may sacrifice a non-land, non-token permanent. If they don't, they lose 2 life and you draw a card. That's cute. So at worst, it's 3 mana for getting a creature card from your graveyard back to your hand. This could get obnoxious if you have multiples of them, though. Or you can just pay 3 to force them to sacrifice something, otherwise they lose your life and you draw a card for like a weird cycle. Yeah, it seems alright. Probably just like a C still. Next, Liliana the Veil. 1 black back for Liliana. Loyalty 3. +1, each player discards a card. -2, each target player sacrifices a creature. -6, separate all permanents that target player controls into 2 piles. That player sacrifices all permanents in the pile of their choice. A. Probably A+. We'll go A+. I still have my Innistrad Liliana the Veil. I wonder if that will go up in value now that she's in standard and reprinted. Is this the school band again? No, this is the Seattle Jazz Composers Ensembles. They're actually good. Also, I think this is a very, very pretty dress. Next, Phyrexian Rager. 2 and a black for a common 2/2 Phyrexian Horror. When it's the battlefield, you draw a card and you lose a life. Oh, neat! He's like reverse... Fuck. What's it called? Dwarf Priest. Reverse... other white card that makes you gain a life and draw a card. Awesome. I'd be happy playing as many of these as I can. C+. Next, Defiler of Flesh, the Black Defiler. Priest of Ancient Lore. That's it. Thank you. 2 black at rare for a 4/4 menace. Oh, fuck. Okay, great. As an additional... Okay, yeah. The Phyrexian mana for black. Whenever you cast a black permanent spell, target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains menace until end of turn. Fuck yeah. Hey. It's already a 4/4 menace for 4, which is awesome. But then makes it so that you can pump any other creature with a black permanent spell. Nice. A for Defiler of Flesh. I think I like the blue one more, right? Where you draw a card and it has flying. Yeah, I like the blue one more, but for only 4 mana, that's pretty good. Next, drag to the bottom. 2 black for a sorcery. Each creature gets -X until end of turn, where X is 1 plus the number of basic land types among lands you control. Ooh. For mana, likely giving everything -3/-3. No, I think that's fine. The only thing that's kind of weird about it is that you can't get... It's going to be difficult to, like, direct your deck in such a way that you only do -2/-2 to everything. That way you can keep your guys alive and not the opponents, but really... Likely a board wipe. No, this is great. I think it's a B-. I think it's fine. Goes up by a lot as soon as you're facing token decks. Next, Extinguish the Light. 2 black, instant destroy target creature or planeswalker. If its mana value is 3 or less, gain 3 life. Yeet the Jaya. Yeah. You're happy playing these, B. 4 mana, instant speed. Jaya died. Yep. Should have been Teferi. But there's still time. Just honestly, kill more planeswalkers. Let's just get rid of this shit. Next, Monstrous War Leech. 3 black, uncommon Leech Horror with kicker blue. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, mill 4 cards. Its power and toughness is equal to the highest mana value among cards in your graveyard. Well, if this can come down to the 4 mana 4/4, then it's fine. I don't know what the most expensive card is in the set, but I feel like it's mostly going to be a 4/4, maybe sometimes be a 5/5 or 6/6 depending on what happens in the game. Nah, this seems pretty dorky, D. Next, Phyrexian Warhorse. 3 and a black for common horse. That's a 3/3 with quick kicker white. If it was kicked, enters the battlefield with a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Nice. You can pay 1 and sacrifice another creature to give the Warhorse +2/+1 until end of turn. Hell yeah. I love that design a lot. It's not amazing, but he's fine. D+ for Phyrexian Warhorse. I think there are more impactful things you can get at 4 mana, but he's fine. Next, Sheoldred's Restoration. 3 and a black for uncommon sorcery, but the kicker costs 2 and a white, so 7 total? Fuck. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. If it was kicked, you gain life equal to that card's mana value. Otherwise, you lose that much life. Exile the spell. So that is a... Is that like a cheaper reanimation effect? to bring something back to the battlefield at 4? You know, I actually think this is pretty good. If you're playing it early on in the game, when it costs 4, chances are you have the life to pay to bring it back. In the late game, you could have the kicker cost to gain the life instead and then stabilize that much more. I think this actually might play out better than it looks. Because it sounds like it's a hefty price. But I think it actually might end up playing better. I'm gonna give this like a very speculative C+. I think it has the potential of being huge. Or it'll suck a lot. I'm leaning C+ though. Next, Shieldred the Apocalypse, 2 black for the mythic Phyrexian Praetor. She's a 4/5 death touch. Whenever you draw a card, you gain 2 life. Whenever an opponent draws a card, they lose 2 life. Fucking eat my whole ass. Eat her whole dreadnought ass. A+. What else do you ask for out of a card? A+. Are you kidding me? It's inevitability? Like, as soon as you untap and say go, your opponent loses life? Fuck me, man. A+. Next, the Tattered Apparition. 3 in a black for a common shade that's flying. 1 in a black. Tattered Apparition gets +1/+1 until end of turn. No. We've seen cards like this before in previous sets, and it just always ended up being too expensive. D- for Tattered Apparition. Next up is the Singer Connoisseur. 3 black for an uncommon vampire. 3/3 flying. Whenever one or more other creatures die, put a +1/+1 counter on Singer Connoisseur. This ability triggers only once each turn. Ah, it's like Singer Vampire. But, you know, not as good. It doesn't have to be your own creatures, it can be your opponent's. And you can get a trigger on your own turn and your opponent's. Probably still like a C- though. If you got tokens though, go to town. Next is the Tyrannical Pit Lord. 4 black for a rare demon. 6/6 flying trample, goddamn. As Tyrannical Pit Lord enters the battlefield, choose another creature you control. That creature gets +3/+3 and has flying! And when Tyrannical Pit Lord leaves the battlefield, sacrifice the chosen creature. Oh, it's Jumpstart. Good. Fuck it. Moving on. Fuck that. Dumb. Moving on. Writhing Necromass. 6 in a black for a common 5/5 zombie giant. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature card in your graveyard, and it has Death Touch. These are some of the dorkiest cards. So here's the thing about this, and why it's dumb. It already has Death Touch. It's called having 5 power. Super dorky. That's just a D for Writhing Necromass. Man. Like, if you have another top end, I guess. Moving on. Now we're into red. Let's look at red, everybody. Phoenix Chick. Look at the little good bird. For 1 red. Uncommon. Has flying and haste and can't block. That's fucking adorable. Whenever you attack with 3 more creatures, you may pay red. If you do, return Phoenix Chick from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attacking with a +1/+1 counter on it. That's a cool design. Get him, better chicken. I mean, yeah, if you get it like turn 1, that's obnoxious. But really, it wants to be like a 2-2 before it's actually good. This actually may not be that great of a card. It can't block. If you can bring it back from the graveyard once, then it's better. Oof. C-, but on the Lookem chart, A+. As in Lookem. Next, Shivan Devastator. X and a red for a mythic dragon Hydra with flying and haste. It enters the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters on it. God damn. So at 4 mana, you got a 3/3 flying haste. 5 mana, you got a 4/4 flying haste. 6 mana, you have a 5/5 flying haste. Fuck. So A. What else do you want from me? A? Yeah, moving on. Viashino Branch Rider. Red for a 1/1. Kicker, tuna green. It also has haste. If it was kicked into the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it, and you can pay 2 and a red to give it +2/+0 until end of turn. That sure is a 1-drop. The kicker isn't awesome, because the kicker is basically paying 4 mana for a 3/3 haste. At least it can pump itself later. I think this is actually a card that I think I would prefer to not kick if I can help it. Like, if I can get this down on turn 1, I'd almost like it more. Yeah, whatever. D+. That's a guy. Electrostatic Infantry, 1 and a red for an uncommon Dwarf Wizard. 1/2 with Trample. But whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, ooh, he gets a +1/+1 counter? And he has Trample? Okay. Now we cooking with something. It's like Spellgorger weird and all that from previous sets, but he's trample, so and he's cheaper, so he's better. Fuck. He might just be like a build around B. Like if you're playing spells, goddamn. I love it. Yeah. Moving on. Fires of Victory. 1 to red for an uncommon instant with kicker. 2 blue. If the spell is kicked, draw a card. Fires of Victory deals damage to target creature or planeswalker equal to the number of cards in your hand. So worst comes to worst. 5 mana, draw a card, deal 1! I mean, I get it. It's only creature or planeswalker. Can't even go face. This is very strong in the early game. Like in the early game to... You could potentially use this to deal, what, 4, 5, 6 damage? But in the early game, what the fuck do you need to deal 4, 5, 6 damage to? This card might be bad. Like, Lightning Strike is right next to it, so you want at least 3 cards in your hand to make this feel good. This might be too clunky. So this is actually a card that's really good in the early game, worthless in the mid game, but then becomes pretty good again in the late game. Because in the late game, if you got cards you can't cast or other spells, you can just kind of hold them in your hand. Or just lands, like extra lands, hold them in your hand, knowing you have a 5 hours of victory coming. That's very fascinating. It's probably still like a C-, but weird, especially uncommon. C-. Next is Lightning Strike, 1 or red, instant, deal 3 damage to any target. Thank you, C+. Moving on. Just, I would rather have as many Lightning Strikes in my deck than my first Fires of Victory. Next is Radha's Firebrand. 1 or red for a rare human warrior. That's a 3/1. Whenever Radha's Firebrand attacks, target creature defending player controls with power less than Radha's power can't block. So, once again, it's low or less than, not less than or equal to. So it has to be power 1 or 2. Which, for a 2-drop, fine. But also has Domain. 5 and a red, it gets +2/+2 till end of turn. But it also costs 1 less for each basic land type you control, but you can only activate it once per turn. So if you got 2 lands, you can pay 4 mana to make her into a 5/3. And attack and make something with power 4 or less, not unable to block. Yeah, for the most part, I think I would just ignore all the domain stuff and just be happy to curve out on this on turn 2. And then after that, be able to trade up with it. I think it's a fine curve out card. The domain stuff that's a lot of text. I guess you've got like nothing else. You could. Yeah, C for Radha's Firebrand. Next, Rundvelt Horde Master. 1 in a red for a rare Goblin Warrior. Do a Goblin Lord? 1/1. What's a 1/1? Other goblins you control get +1/+1. But whenever the Horde Master or another goblin you control dies, exile the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, you may cast that card until the end of your next turn. Oh. Until the next turn makes it better. I would ask how many goblins there are. I'm going to guess it's like 6. But it also counts himself. So if he blocks, you get to exile. Yeah, he seems okay. Yeah, if nothing else, you can block with them and still get the exile effect. If you have other goblins. So this is a build around card, depending on how many goblins are going to be, or how many goblins you can get. He's a build around B+. If you don't have any goblins, fucking D-. No, not that low, D. Good build around though. Next, Smash the Dust, 1 in a red, sorcery, common. Choose one. Destroy target artifact. Destroy target creature with defender. Fuck you. Or deal 1 damage to each creature your opponents control. That deal 1 to everything is actually probably going to be the best part. It's likely still going to be a sideboard card, because I don't think I would want to main deck this versus without knowing what my opponent's going to be playing. Unless like artifacts are just that prevalent in the set. Yeah, certainly sideboard card. Sideboard C+ though. Like if you're facing tokens, devastating. Or if you know your opponent's got like a really, really good artifact, it gives you a mean of dealing with it. Or fucking walls. I think it's fine. Sideboard C+. Okay, some goblins. Sprouting goblins, in fact. 1 red for an uncommon 2/2 goblin druid. Kicker green. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, search your library for a land card with a basic land type, put into your hand and shuffle. You can also go red, tap, sack a land, draw a card. I like the kicker a lot. This is the kind of ability you normally just see on a green creature, but here it is on red. That's fascinating. I like the kicker on it quite a bit. The sack a land, draw a card. If it sticks around to the late game and they're flooding out, sure. This actually looks pretty good. C+ for Sprouting Goblin. I think I'm in. Yeah. Huh. Neat. Yeah, it just says search your library for a basic land type. So you could find a Triome. Neat. I like them. Next. Thrill Possibility. That's a reprint. 1 in a red for a common instant. You have to discard a card, draw 2 cards. Yeah, fine. D. Next, Twinferno. 1 in a red for an uncommon instant. Choose one. When you cast your next instant or sorcery spell, copy it. You may choose new targets, or target creature you control gains double strike until end of turn. Does that mean you can't play it on an empty hand? That's correct, left buttock. You have to have at least 1 card in your hand in order to cast it. Twinferno's fascinating. I like that it gives you a modal. And options. So it kind of works in your aggressive beatdown deck, or it works in your spells matter deck. Yeah, that's fine. See? It could be like a surprise finisher with that double strike. Next, Yavi Maya Steel Crusher. 1 in a red for a 2/2 Ape Warrior. Common with Enlist. And you can sacrifice them to destroy a target artifact. Okay. We've seen these kind of effects quite a bit. Fine. See? Next, Yosha Declares War. 1. Make a 0/2 colorless Thopter artifact. You get an Ornithopter! Best card. Chapter 2, tap any number of untapped artifacts you control. If you do, Yosha Declares War deals that much damage to target creature or planeswalker. In Chapter 3, up to 1 target artifact you control becomes a creature with power toughness 4/4 and haste. No, I'm sorry, no haste, just 4/4. Do I really want to pay 2 mana for an Ornithopter? I mean, 2 turns later, that Ornithopter can be a 4/4, but it's only for that turn. Dude, if you have like a billion artifacts, though, that Chapter 2 could be relevant if you have a billion artifacts. Yeah, it just kind of seems iffy to me. Rick25 thinks that Twitch Prime resub. Read ahead to Chapter 3 and you get a temporary 4/4. It's only temporary, though. Yeah, Chapter 2 doesn't go face. I don't even think I like it that much. It's like a C-. Maybe build around C+. But it really doesn't get that much better with build around. Next up, Balduvian Berserker. 2 in a red for an uncommon 1/3. But it has Enlist. Oh, but when it dies, deal damage equal to its power to any target? Ah, okay, I get it. So you attack with that Balduvian Berserker, force the Enlist, so if your opponent blocks to kill it, you still get to deal that damage to any target and take out more creatures or hit the opponent. That's kind of cool. That's a very good aggressive card. Shit-ass blocker, though. I like him, C+. Next, Hurloon Battle Hymn. Yo, is that 2 Hurloon Minotaurs? 2 in a red for an uncommon instant with kicker white. Deal 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker if it was kicked. Gain 4 life? Expensive Lightning Helix? Great. B. It's Fire Song and Sunspeaker. I don't know who those people are. Yeah, with the kicker, expensive lightning helix. Do I still dress up like Sailor Mercury? I haven't been to a convention in a long time to get my Sailor Mercury out. So not lately. I mean, it's still solid removal, so Hurler and Battle Hymn is an easy B. Like, the kicker is just kind of like a bonus. Why Mercury? Because she's the best one. And my favorite. Next, Keldon Flame Sage. 2 and a red for 2/3 Human Shaman. Rare. Within list. When it attacks with the top X cards of your library, X is the Keldon Flame Sage's power. You may exile an instant or sorcery with mana value X or less from among them. And then you can cast that card without paying its mana cost? Holy shit. In a spell's matter deck, that can pop off. But this, like, constructed, this could be amazing. They're the buy a box promo last Dominaria. That was a different card, wasn't it? Wasn't that the 1/3 that you could exile a spell from your graveyard? This is different. Huh. This could have some real strong constructed impact for sure. Limited wise, again, you need to have the spells for it to really work. But in the spells matter deck, that's great. No, I think this is actually pretty good. In like a spells matter deck, this probably is an A. I like that a lot. Next, Squee! The Dubious Monarch, 2 and a red for a legendary goblin that's a 2/2. With haste, whenever he attacks, you also make a 1/1 red goblin creature token that's a tapped and attacking. You may cast Squee from your graveyard by paying 3 and a red and exiling 4 other cards from your graveyard rather than paying its mana cost. Oh, so it's escape. It's Squee with escape. Dubious my ass, he's the king. It's that meme where someone's like handing a crown. You drop this, king. This is actually pretty good. Yeah, so Squee would have to get exiled in order for him to go away forever. Otherwise, you can keep returning him as long as you have cards in the graveyard. So, attack with Squee, nothing else. Just get a goblin creature token out of it. No, I like Squee. B+. I know. I was thinking about conspiracy and granting Monarch. Just go that just for the flavor. No, he's good. If nothing else, you also can have a forever blocker. So long as you have graveyard cards. Moving on. War Hosts Frenzy, 2 and a red for an uncommon instant with kicker black. All creatures you control get +2/+0 till end of turn. If the spell was kicked, whenever a creature you control dies, draw a card? Fuck. That's a big trumpet blast. Not trumpet blast. What am I thinking of? Because, like, your opponent's going to block in such a way that your stuff is going to die. And if you kick this and you just get to draw a card, that's pretty good. It is still just like a combat trick. But this also works defensively, which does make me like it more. Yeah. That's actually pretty good. C. Next, Defiler of Instinct, the red Defiler. 2 red for a 4/4 first strike. Ooh, he's a Kavu. Nice. Red Phyrexian mana. And whenever you cast a red permanent spell, deal 1 damage to any target. That's fucking obnoxious. And he's a first strike? That's great. Hey, Just A. 4/4 first strike for 4. Fantastic. And then you just get a bonus of being able to ping wherever you need to. I like it. Next is Dragon Whelp. 2 red for an uncommon dragon, 2/3 flyer. You need to pay 1 red, even +1/+0 until end of turn. But if you activate him 4 more times, he dies at the beginning of the next end step. This is a reprint from before you were born. That is an old-ass card coming back. That is awesome. It's cute art, too. Hell yeah. Does this mean I can go get my fucking legacy goddamn Dragon Whelp and put in my standard deck and no one's allowed to say anything? Love it. Next, Jaya Fiery Negotiator. Last Jaya card we'll ever see. 2 red for a Mythic Planeswalker. With 4 loyalty. +1, make a 1/1 red monk creature token with prowess. Yeah. -1, exile the top 2 cards of your library. Choose one of them. You may play that card this turn. It is play, so you can use lands. -2, choose target creature an opponent controls. Whenever you attack this turn, Jaya deals damage equal to the number of attacking creatures to that creature. Interesting. What's her -8? Whenever you cast a red instant or sorcery spell, copy it twice. Alright, fuck you. This is good. That's a good Planeswalker. Easy A. She can +1 to make a little monk to have like a chump blocker to protect her. She's got card advantage. And if you got creatures, you can use her to take out an opponent's thing. Yeah, Jaya's fantastic. A. And only 4 mana, too. I like her. Next, the Elder Dragon War. 2 red for a rare saga with read ahead. 1. The Elder Dragon War deals 2 damage to each creature and each opponent. Chapter 2, discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards. And Chapter 4, create a 4/4 red dragon token creature with flying. Fuck yeah. B+. B+ because it gives you option. Like, deal 2, potentially, like, each creature and each opponent. That's hilarious. So nothing else, you can, like, pay 4 to ping the opponent in the face for 2. Rummage. Or, worst comes to worst, you just pay 4 mana for a 4/4 flyer. Yeah. Nah. I'll bump it up. I like that the Chapter 1 can also hit the opponent's face. A-. I think it's quite good. A-. Next, Hurler Cyclops. 3 red for an uncommon 5/4. 1, sacrifice another creature. Hurler Cyclops deals 1 damage to any target. Aw, that's it? That's not even a fling. Yeah, he's okay. C. Maybe C-. Let's go C-. Next, Jaya's Fire Nado. That's cool art. 4 and a red for a common sorcery. Deal 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Scry 1. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like C. Is this good in limited? It's not ideal in limited. Because 5 mana to deal something 5 at sorcery speed, it's not awesome. At instant speed, much better. The Scry 1 does help it. Like, I'd rather just hit something with 2 lightning strikes than do a slow-ass 1 Fire Nado that could be prevented or blocked or whatever. But, like, if you have no other removal options or if you're playing sealed, this is absolutely an option. It's probably still like a C. If you again, there are better options. Next, speaking of, Temporal Firestorm. 3 red, rare sorcery. It has kicker 1 white and or 1 white, 1 blue. Choose up to X creatures and or planeswalkers you control, where X is the number of times this spell was kicked. Those permanents phase out, then deal 5 damage to each creature and each player. That's hilarious. Deal 5 to everything, but if you got the mana, you can protect one of your guys first. Oh, that's really cool art. Like Teferi behind her. It's expensive as fuck. That's a commander board wipe. Yeah. I could see it being constructed play. Probably not kicked, but 5 mana deal everything 5? Why not? Next. Chaotic Transformation. 6 mana sorcery at rare? Okay, what? Exile up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target creature, up to 1 target enchantment, up to 1 target planeswalker, and or up to 1 target land. So 1 of everything. For each permanent exiled this way, its controller reveals cards from the top of the library until they reveal a card that shares a card type with it. Put it on the battlefield. Shuffle. So, like, we're gonna meme this card, right? So, at 6, come on, man. F, but like, I wanna meme it out. Your best stuff sucks now, my worst stuff's better. Or my worst stuff got worse. Or I didn't find anything else. Yeah, like if they have artifacts, enchantments, or planeswalkers out, they won't have anything to remove it. But again, you're paying 6 mana at sorcery speed for this. It's not good. F. Meme card only. Moving on. Ragefire Hellkite. Hey, Dargan. 4 red for 5/3 flying rare dragon. Whenever he attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, he gets double strike. I'm glad he only got 3 toughness, because goddamn. He's also expensive for what he is. He's another jumpstart. Oh, thank God. Okay, fuck him. Moving on. Molten Monstrosity. 7 red for 5/5 common healing, but he costs X less to cast, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. It's a 5/5 trample, though. So if you got something with that's 3x out, you have a 5 mana 5/5 trample, which is fine. If you have no creatures, you are bound. If you manage to get him out for, so he costs 8 on his own. If you get him out for 4, that's a good exchange. 5 is like where you want to be. 4 or more is good. You can even do that cute thing where like you pump a guy first, and then he becomes cheaper. This could be an okay like sealed finisher, but probably a little too scary to do in like draft. Yeah, I think this one fits best with green, for sure. Just D still. Second main phase with enlist. Yeah, if the enlisted creature survives. It's still just kind of a D though. It's just a filler card. Next, Gaia's. We're going to green now. Gaia's Might. 1 green, instant, common. Target creature gets +1/+1 for each basic land you control. It's giant growth with extra steps. Okay. fact, D+. I mean, I like that it's cheap. And if you have 3 lands out, it does just become a giant growth. But yeah, just D+. Strength of the Coalition is next. Green for an uncommon instant, but has kicker 2 and a white. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. That's much more like it. If this spell was kicked, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Yeah, this is just a better version of that in every way. I mean, it's still just a combat trick, but yeah, see. Yeah, I'd rather play Strength of Coalition over Gaia's Might. Again, unless you're trying to play like multicolor things and you... maybe you just want to be cute and have like 4 mana or something and... You go get 4 basic lands out and give something +4/+4 for 1 mana and then feel like a god. What's up, Andy? The whole set's A+ amazing. Have you looked at it? The cards are fucking awesome! Tail Swipe! Green! Uncommon! It's a fight spell. But if you cast it during any main phase, your creature gets a +1/+1 until end of turn. That art's hilarious. Just tail swipe. You know, for a green fight spell, that's really cheap and instant speed. And it has basically has addendum. Oh, Farm Cat, thanks for gifting us a sub to Garbage D&D. Yeah, fine. See? Next is Colossal Growth. 1 in a green with kicker red. Instant. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. If it's kicked, though, they gain +4/+4 and trample and haste, though. The haste part's weird. Just what? 3 green spells. It's all like target creature gets +X/+X until end of turn. That was fast. Like Jesus. I mean, yeah, this one's fine too. It's probably still just like a C. Like, it's still kind of a combat trick. I like the trample at least, so like it can help you finish a game should it come to that, but yeah. Leaf Crown Visionary, green for a rare elf druid. It's a 1/1. Other elves you control get +1/+1. And there's an elf lord? Is there like a lord creature in every color then? Merfolk? Elves? Soldiers? Goblins? Yeah, there is. Son of a bitch. Alright. Whenever you cast an elf spell, you may pay a green. If you do, draw a card. Oh, shit. How many elves are there? Ooh, it's also green to cast. So this is just going to be in Modern everywhere, right? Not everywhere, but like I know modern elves is a thing. Yeah. Maybe some legacy shit too? I don't fucking know. Yeah, just kind of like the other lords. Build around A- though. Like if you got the elves for it and you're just drawing cards off of them, sick. I assume there's not enough elves to go around though. Llanowar Loam Speaker, 1 green for a rare 1/3 elf druid. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Or tap, target land you control becomes a 3/3 elemental creature with haste until end of turn. That's still a land. Sure. Is that the only like mana fixer creature in the set though? Because if so, that's at rare. It's a solid rare B. What sucks is that his land animate ability is sorcery speed, so you can't just suddenly make like a land defender. That sucks. But I guess turn 2 can help you beat ass if you want to. Just kind of okay. Probably still like C+ though. Yeah, I like him more for his mana fixing than anything else. Rare, surprising. Next is Nishoba Brawler, 1 and a green for an uncommon cat warrior. Trample has his power equal to the number of basic land types among lands you control. It's got 3 toughness. And his flavor text message mentions Ice Edge, so that rules. I mean, that trample part's weird. More often than not, though, he's going to be a 2/3 trample for 2 mana. I feel like the trample part actually matters the least on it. He's fine. He's fine. D+. Unless you have all the lands in the world, and then maybe you can be cute and be like, haha, I paid 2 mana for a 5/3 trample. Got you good, you fucker. But the fact that it is a 3 toughness creature at only 2 mana, D+. Kyrian Beastcaller, 1 and a green for a rare Dryad Warrior. That's a 2/2. Whenever you cast a creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Beastcaller. Oh, fuck. And then when it dies, distribute X +1/+1 counters among any number of creatures you control, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on Kyrian Beastcaller? Fuck? Eh? Are you kidding me? And only 2 mana? S. I'm going with A on that one. Yeah. The only thing that would suck is if you had it like on turn 8. But, you know, that's kind of how it goes for most 2 mana creatures. But if for some reason it's turn 8 and you're at parity, well then any creature you spell just makes her bigger. And that +1/+1 counter is going to go somewhere. No, that's a fantastic card. A. Next is Snare Spinner. There's a reprint. 1 and a green for that 1/3 Reach Spider. If it blocks a flying creature, though, he gets +2/+0 till end of turn. Yep, that's just a fine creature. Sideboard more than anything else. Like, I don't think you really want to main deck a 1/3 that maybe sometimes get a flyer. There might be enough flying in... nah, still sideboard them. Sideboard D. Next is a Sunbathing Rootwalla, which I think I've seen in the Nevada desert before. 1 and a green for a 2/2 lizard. Common. Pay 3 and a green. Until end of turn, he gets +1/+1 for each basic land among lands you control. Activate only once per turn. Yeah. This is the best green common creature we've seen so far. F-? Nah. D+. It's a 2/2 for 2, which is fine. Sometimes you need that. And then in the late game, you do have a mana sink. You can often make them into at least a 4/4. That's a bit better. D+. If nothing else, it's still a 2/2 for 2. Next is Terra Sunder, 1 and a green, uncommon instant with kicker, 1 black. Exile target artifact or enchantment. Or if it was kicked, exile target non-land permanent instead. Yo! Okay. So if you're not playing green-black, Terra Sunder is a sideboard, like a sideboard C+. If you are playing green-black, this is a B+. It's just Vraska's Contempt. Only it's any non-land permanent. That's super good. Yeah, great sideboard card. Fantastic green-black card. Next, Urborg Lurgoyf. Is this, we have Termorgoyf at home? 1 green for a rare Lurgoyf. Kicker blue and or kicker black. It's Urborg Lurgoyf. Fuck. Can't even say it straight. Urborg Lurgoyf. I'm a series right to his groove. When it enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards for each time it was kicked. Its power is equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard, and its toughness is equal to that number plus 1. Isn't that just Tarmogoyf? Yeah, it's a Tarmogoyf that can get kicked. You're right. If nothing else, it's fun to say. You know, I've actually never played a Tarmogoyf, so I don't really know how good it is. It seems good. Mill 3 cards. You could potentially mill 6. It's a 2-drop that just gets better the longer the game goes. Or better the later the game is. No, this card's good. This is actually a really good card. A, yeah. A, because nothing else, like early game, you got a shit-ass, like, fucking 0-1. But even with, like, a single kick or even a couple dead cards, and you got yourself, like, at least a 2-3 blocker for 2 mana, sure. And then in the late game, you're going to have dead stuff in your graveyard, mana to kick it, and it's going to be beefier. No, this is a good card. It's good. I like it. It's good. Next is the Vine Shaper Prodigy, 1 in a green for a common Elf Druid, that's a 2/2, with kicker, 1 in a blue. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 of them into your hand, and the rest in the bottom in any order. Okay, no, I changed my mind. This might be the best 2-drop we've seen at common for green so far. Lurgoyf from 8th edition, that's cheaper and kicker. I don't think I've ever seen Lurgoyf before. I like Vine Shaper Prodigy a lot, though. A 2/2 for 2, sure, but later on, it's a 4-mana 2/2 that can get you some card selection. I'm in for that, see?
Sweet.
Satome, thanks for that Twitch Prime resub. Yavimaya Iconoclast, 1 in a green, uncommon for elf with kicker, red. A 2-mana 3/2 trample. Are you fucking kidding me? And if it was kicked, it gets +1/+1 and gains haste until end of turn. Oh, it's only till end of turn, not a counter, thank God. But still, what the fuck is this? A 2-mana 3/2 with trample? What the fuck is this? That's like Jewel Thief levels of good. This is bullshit. Let green have it, Stompy. Meow! Are you kidding me? Is green the best color? I'm not even at the 3-mana card so far, but I'm like, 3 seems like the best. Green seems like the best color. God damn. All right. Bog Badger. Oh, sorry. You have my Iconoclast. Fuck it. It's a B. It's a B. That's a good card. Jesus Christ. Green has been the best color since around M10. No, there's been some weak ass green before, that's for sure. Alright. Badgie Boy. 2 in a green for a 3/3. Okay. But he has a black kicker. When he enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, creatures you control gain menace until end of turn. Oh, hell yeah. So he's a Centaur Courser, but could have upside? That's solid. I'd play that. See. And it's a badger. Yeah. A snake, a snake. No, it's a snake. Elvis Hydromancer. 2 and a green. For a 3/2 uncommon elf wizard with kicker 3 and a blue 7? Jesus Christ. When Elvish Hydromancer enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, create a token that's a copy of target creature you control. For 7 mana? Dude. I don't think I would even at 7. You can copy itself? Yeah, but then you're paying 7 mana for 2 3/2s. I mean, it is a filler card with some very narrow upside. So, D+. If nothing else, it's a 3 mana 3/2, which is whatever. It's also an elf, so that could matter. But that kicker cost is steep. D+ for Elvish Hydromancer. Woofda. Next, Llanowar Green Widow. 2 and a green for a rare 4/3 spider with reach and trample. As domain. You can return it, Llanowar Green Widow, from the graveyard to the battlefield. Tapped, it gains. If it would leave the battlefield, exile it instead. And it costs 1 less for each basic land you control. Oh, okay, so just a low-key 3 mana 4/3 reach trample. Ignore the other shit. Just ignore the other shit for a second. That's a 3 mana 4/3 reach trample. It's like Jewel Thief levels of good. Not Bomb Rare is going to make you insta-win, but a very good card that I would happily pick. B+ for Llanowar Green Widow. And, like, can always come back. God damn. Alright. Stout the Wilderness. 2 and a green for a common sorcery. Kicker, 1 white. Search your library for a basic land. Put it on the battlefield tapped. Shuffle. If it was kicked, you also get 2 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. That's actually an okay ramp/fixer spell. And if you're white, get a little bonus out there to help protect you while you tap out just to get a goddamn land. Yeah, it's okay. It's basically a ramp spell with minor upside, so see. Next is the Weatherseed Treaty, a saga, 2 and a green, uncommon. Chapter 1, search your library for a basic land, put it on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Okay, another ramp spell. Chapter 2, make a 1/1 sapperling. Okay, Chapter 3, target creature you control gets +X and trample until end of turn, where X is the basic lands you control. So this card kind of sucks my nut unless you start at Chapter 1. Because playing 3 mana for the Chapter 2 isn't awesome. Unless you already have all your lands out and you want to pay 3 to give a creature you already have, like +3/+3 or +4/+4 and trample. Yeah. It's about equal to Scout the Wilderness. Probably still like C. Just C. Hydrate. Next card is Threats Undetected. 2 and a green for a rare sorcery. Why is Hell from the Thor movie looking at me so seductively? Search your library for up to 4 creature cards with different powers and reveal them. An opponent chooses 2 of those cards. Shuffle the chosen cards into the library and put the rest into your hand. That's actually okay. It is a 2-for-1 that gets cards out of your deck. That is one of those cards where it's like you really got to think about you gotta pay attention to like what cards are left in your deck. Because if you've got like only one card with one power and it's in the graveyard and you cast this, oops. Yeah. This seems okay. Likely C, but I want to give it a C+. Because whatever you're finding, like your opponent is just gonna give you the weakest ones. And you also kind of reveal stuff. Next is the Magnagoth Century, 3 and a green for common tree folk. It's a 4/4 with reach. Yeah, that's a guy. D, moving on. Defiler of Vigor. The green Defiler. 3 green for a Phyrexian Worm. This bitch just complete my Crawl Worm? 3 green for a 6/6 Trample. Gives you green Phyrexian mana. And whenever you cast a green permanent spell, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Fucking what? Phyrexian Worm. It's big Crawl Worm. Look at the power they've given my boy. Ranger Troop makes that resub 4 years. It's completed Crawl Worm. That is a bonker strong card. A 6/6 trample for 5 mana is fantastic. If you get to untap with it and you cast any green's permanent spell, well, suddenly you got this at least a 7/7. And all the other stuff gets bigger too. A+. Jesus Christ. Guys, I think green might be the best color. I'm feeling that. Oh boy. Alright. Next, Linebreaker Baloth. 3 green for an uncommon beast. It's a 4/5. Enlist. And he can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. Oh, that's cute. That's actually solid. A 5 mana 4/5, which is reasonable stats. Defiler of Vigor. But with the Enlist, you can like get in and hit harder, and your opponent can't chump block or throw a bunch of babies in there to trade out. That's pretty cool. Seems solid. Probably still like a C though. Next is Slimefoot Survey. Oh, is there not a Slimefoot card? 4 and a green for an uncommon sorcery. Domain. Search your library for up to 2 land cards that each have a basic land type. Put them on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Then look at the top X cards of your library, or X is the number of basic land types that you have. You get one of them, put the rest in the bottom in a random order. At 5? At 5. I mean, it is right in line with other 5 mana sorceries that's like find 2 lands and put them into play tapped. But man, I don't think that's really what you want to do at 5 mana. Yeah, there's going to be some decks that's going to be cute with this because they're trying to play Wooburg. But otherwise, nah, I don't think you want to play this. Looks like a D to me. Next, Territorial Morrow. 4 and a green for an uncommon elemental, whose power and toughness are each equal to twice the number of basic land types among lands you control. Okay, yeah, so that's one of those things where, again, you want at least 3 lands, otherwise you're not getting your money's worth out of him. And if you happen to have all 5, he is a 10/10. And get chump blocked for days. Yeah, he's still like just like a build around C-. It's big. Next. Briar Hydra, but this is a jumpstart card, so I'm going to ignore it. Herd Migration, 6 in the green. A 7-mana rare sorcery. Create a 3/3 green beast creature token for each basic land you control. More importantly, 1 in the green, you can discard it. Search your library for a basic land, put it into your hand, shuffle, gain 3 life. Oh. I was not in on this until that second half. That second half actually makes it really good. So you can ramp out to potentially get like 3 or more 3/3s out. Or worst comes to worst, you just land cycle it. I don't hate it. B+. Don't want to go A because it's too expensive. But the fact that you can land cycle it, that's cool. For 7, though, well, it's the 7 part, that's less relevant. Well, 1, you're playing green, so there's a good chance you're going to have a ramp of some sort. But this is a card that's good early because you can just find a land, and it's good late because if you got 7 lands and nothing else to do, boom, you got yourself a bunch of 3/3s. And again, it's one of those things where you want more basic land types out there. But no, I think it's fine. B+. Next, Mossbeard Ancient, 5 green for uncommon tree folk, a 7/7 trampler. And when you enter the battlefield, you gain 5 life. Oh, so this is like the most expensive Honey Mammoth we've seen yet. It's fine. D+. These cards like end up playing out much better than a lot of times they look. Yeah, the trample is relevant on it. 7 is a bit much, but this is be another one of those cards where like if you're playing sealed, this would be a perfectly fine card to play. Next is the World Spell of Mythic Saga, 5 green. Chapter 1 and 2 are look at the top 7 cards of your library, reveal a non-saga permanent and put it into your hand. Chapter 3, put 2 non-saga permanent cards from your hand onto the battlefield. And you already have to pay 7 just to get this bitch out? Timmy intensifies it. This is a commander card, right? Like, commander, this is probably going to be, like, busted. I mean... There's no way this card's good. But people are gonna meme it. It feels like an F. It is an F. It's F. F. No. 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 You can read ahead if you have good stuff in hand. If you already have 7 mana, you don't have a hand left. Redundant. Also, I know like the dream's like, I can get the most expensive shit in the world and drop that down and hell yeah. No, like, there's a good chance that, like, the things you can put down are just going to be, like, a 3-drop and a 4-drop. And if you find something, put into your hand, Chapter 1, put in your hand. Wait till next turn. Next turn, Chapter 2, put into your hand. Well, what the fuck are you going to do with that 7 mana? You're probably going to cast one of the things you already, like, got out of the top of your deck. So you're not going to, like, get super ahead waiting until Chapter 3 just to put both down for free. No, I think World Spell is an F. Meme card. Meme card and for you EDH players. Final green card. Yavimaya Sojourner. 7 and a green for a common tree folk. That's a 4/6. But costs 1 less to cast for each basic land type among lands you control. That actually sucks. Like a lot. Say you have 3 land types. 3. You get a 5 mana 4/6? You know what's better in every way? A 6/4 for 6 mana. D-. Fuck that card. Scotzo Gonzo, thanks for being a new subscriber. I really appreciate it. Button up your blue shirt. Enjoy all of your emotes. Yeah, this card sucks. Like, between playing the Sojourner or the Mossbeard Ancient, I'd just go the fucking Mossbeard Ancient all the way. Alright, so that's all those. We still have artifacts left. 1. Timeless Lotus. A mythic legendary artifact for 5. Enters the battlefield tapped, and you can tap it for Wooburg. This card's going to be worth a lot of money, isn't it? No, you don't want this for limited. Maybe sealed? Yeah, still expensive for sealed at 5 mana. I feel like, wouldn't Commander players, like, be all over this shit? No? Okay. Gilded Lotus was good in sealed, though? Well, there's different, though. Because Gilded Lotus didn't enter the battlefield tapped. It can only see play in Wooburg? That doesn't sound correct. Wait. Can it? I thought it was just like the casting cost. No. Dude, I don't even know Commander rules. I'm pretty sure... Wait. So even if it taps for mana, colors on the card anywhere count? Jesus Christ, Commander's stupid. Casting costs or abilities. Oh, okay, never mind. I didn't know that. Fuck. But, like, Omnath decks will want it. I thought it was just in the casting cost. Jesus, okay. Well, it looks like an F to me. Moving on. Inscribed Tablet. 1. Uncommon. Pay 1, tap it, sacrifice it, reveal the top 5 cards of your library, put a land card from among them into your hand, rest on the bottom. But if you didn't, you get to draw a card. I don't hate it. So it's like a not as thorough Traveler's Amulet, but for some reason, if you miss a land, you could draw 1 more card and that could be the land. Or you just draw anything else. Yeah, that's fine. Probably be good for sealed. It's hard to grade. And only 2? That seems okay. I'm going to say C for now. Because I think 5, looking at the top 5 is just enough. Next is the Walking Bulwark. A 1 mana uncommon artifact creature that's a golem, 0/3 defender. But you can pay 2 until end of turn. Target creature with defender gains haste, can attack like it didn't have defender. It assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. Activate only as a sorcery. That's so dumb. Mimi build-around card. F. Nah, not F. Not unplayable. He's just like a D still. But like, someone out there's gonna do it. I don't know who it will be, but someone's gonna be like, I got 4 Walking Bulwarks in the deck. Oops, all walls. Let's go. Next is the Hero's Heirloom. Oh, no equipment. An uncommon equipment for 2. The equipped creature gets +2/+1. And if the equipped creature is legendary, it has trample and haste. Equip cost 2. I think that's just too expensive for me to not like it. If it cost 1 to come down and the equip was 2, yes. But I think it might be just too much. But if you're doing like, if you drafted like the Wooburg deck and you're playing with all legendaries, you could have a lot of legendaries to pump. Or if it was like equip legendary creature for 1, I think this might be just a little bit too pricey. Just barely D. Weatherlight completed. Sad day. A 2 mana mythic legendary vehicle that's a 5/5 flyer, but it enters the battlefield with 4 Phyresis counters on it. I'm sorry, as long as it has 4 Phyresis counters, it becomes a creature. And whenever a creature you control dies, you put a Phyresis counter on the Weatherlight completed. So anytime one of your things dies, it gets a counter. And then at 4 counters, it's a 5/5 flyer. But then at 7 or more counters... Oh, sorry. Wow, there's a lot going on there. This is fucking fantastic. So whenever a creature you control dies, put a counter on it. If it has 7 or more cards, you draw a card. Any amount before that, you scry 1. That is fantastic. Where's the crew number? It doesn't crew. It crews when all your shit dies. That card is fucking good. Holy shit. Hey. Anytime one of your things dies, you're scrying and getting some card advantage. And then once 4 things dies, you've got a threat your opponent has to deal with. And if you manage to get a 7 more, you're drawing cards. Every time something dies. No, that's fantastic. Easy A. It's a worthless piece of trash for 4 turns? No. Again, when your stuff dies, you're scrying. That's not trash. Like, if you need to play defensively and chump block for days until that comes online, that's what you want. It is one of those cards that's like, you know, much better on turn 2 compared to like turn 4 or 5. But no, this card's good. What are the main formats I play? Limited, followed by Pioneer, and then Standard. But I haven't actually touched Standard in years. Would I put this in my Pioneer deck? I'll have to think on it. Nope, that card's good. A. Next, Automatic Librarian, a 3 mana common construct. When you enter the battlefield, scry 2. Hey! What a good boy! You know, 3 mana 3/2 that scries you too? That's better than some of the color 3 mana 3/2s we've seen. C. Yeah, C. Like them. Next is Karn's Silex, a 3 mana mythic legendary artifact. Enters the battlefield tapped. Players cannot pay life to cast spells or to activate abilities that aren't mana abilities. Okay, so this shuts down Phyrexian mana. X, tap, exile Karn Silex. Destroy each non-land permanent with mana value X or less. Add sorcery speed. Expensive Nevinyrral's disc, yeah. So this kind of reminds me a lot of that. I'm blanking the name on it now. The black D&D set card, not Black Hole. Sphere of Destruction, where it's basically like threat of board wipe, but it's not going to happen for at least a turn. Sphere of Annihilation. Thank you. So, like, by the time you get this down, your opponent sees it. So your opponent's not going to, like, play into it. Because they know it's coming. Just based on experience with... And it's sorcery speed to activate? Just based on experience with that Sphere of Annihilation, I'm pretty down on this. No, I think it's a D. I don't like it. I don't like it. Next is the Golden Argosy, a 4-mana vehicle, rare, 3/6. Whenever it attacks, exile each creature that crewed it this turn, return them to the battlefield tapped under their owner's control at the beginning of the next unstep. Crew 1! That Crew 1 is fucking good, but then you can also blink shit with it. I'm sure there's enough ETB effects that this is just good. Yeah. That Crew 1, I think I like it enough. B+. Next is Karn, Living Legacy. A 4-mana colorless legendary Karn, mythic. Alright, it has 4. +1, create a tapped Power Stone token. Okay. -1, pay any amount of mana. Look at that many cards from the top of your library. Put one of those cards in your hand, the rest in the bottom of your library in any order. -7, tap an untapped artifact you control. This emblem deals 1 damage to any target. Oof. Oof, man. So, wow. Yeesh. Yeesh. So here's the issue with them. His -1 ability is the best ability. But you're already paying 4 mana just to get him down. So really, if you -1 him right away, how many cards do you get to look at just to get something? And it has to be at least 1 mana. It can't be 0. So if you're getting down turn 4, all you can do is +1 and get a colorless ramp.
Sweet.
I mean, it's still a planeswalker, and like your opponent would want to deal with it because like you're going to be generating power stones and ramping. Oh, and the power stone cannot be cast on a non-artifact spell. Is Karn an F? I think Karn's an F. Unless you got... Or you have like a artifact deck of oops all artifacts. Only artifacts. But even then, like from what I've seen, the artifacts, there's not enough. Sad Karn noises. Yeah. Fuck, dude. Karn is an F. That's so weird. Huh. Too bad. Silent Prisoner, thank you for the resub. Personally wish Shieldred had an effect fitting her title. I don't know, for 4 mana cards, she's still pretty strong. Alright, next is a Shield Wall Sentinel. 4 mana, common, 1/3 golem, that's Defender. But when he enters the library, you can enter this battlefield, you can search your library for a creature card with Defender. Put into your hand. That's so dumb. That's bad. Yeah, this is more like Defender build around meme. But that sucks. 4 mana, 1/3? Pretty ass. F. Fuck that card too. Next, Joda's Codex, a 5 mana uncommon artifact with domain. Tap. Pay the domain cost, draw a card. Oh, that's actually fucking sick. No, that's good. With even 2 lands out, you have an artifact that you can pay 3 and draw a card all the time? No, that's great. Damn. Joda's Codex, super good. B. If you have Wooburg, it's free? Yeah. If you have Wooburg, it is free. That's great. Yeah, if the set ends up being aggressive, you won't want to play it. This card is fantastic in sealed. Like, if I open a sealed pool, I want to see Joda's Codex. Because goddamn. I don't know how aggressive the set's going to be, though. I really don't. And by my understanding, that is all the cards that we know of. They did reveal a couple today, though. Also, I'm not really a fan of full art lands. I don't really like playing with them. Like, maybe it's just because I'm too much of a boomer. But when I play Magic, I like having my old ass boomer lands that I'm looking at. That said, these are fucking amazing full art lands. I would actually play these because these all look so fucking cool. Like this, it might be enough to change my mind. Like the stained glass full art. Oh fuck, that's cool, man. I'm into it. It might be enough to get me to change. There are more cards. The Pain Lands are back, everybody. So, we have a cycle of Pain lands. They can all tap for a colorless land, or they can tap for a color, but it deals you 1 damage. These are all reprints. Great fixers. Doesn't help with domain though, because you need to have the basic land type. Why is it only 6 of them? Because the other 6 are coming later. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't prioritize them over most things, but easy fixers, so B for those. We also got a couple extra bonus lands, some rare ones. Plaza of Heroes. Taps for colorless. It also taps for 1 mana of any color for a legendary spell. You can also tap it to add 1 mana add a mana of any color among legendary permanents you control. And you can pay 3, tap it, exile it, target legendary creature gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Oh yeah, that's going to be a commander card for sure. And then if you happen to have plenty of legendary cards in your deck that you've drafted, this actually fixes for them quite well. And then once you have legendary out, that fixes for you to be able to cast all your other spells. So this could end up being pretty good. And it can protect a legendary thing. I like it. B+. We're going to be much more popular in Commander for sure. And then finally, Portable Thrawn. Thrawn? So I've seen this card. It enters the battlefield tapped unless you control 2 or fewer other lands, so it's a fast land. But when it enters the battlefield, you also get to choose a basic land type. And it becomes that basic land type, which is awesome. So if you want to do domain, you can do that. However, it's a pain land that's always pain. Anytime you tap it for mana, you have to pay a life. That's going to get, well, painful real fast. Like, even in Constructed, I think you only want to pay, like, 2 copies of this. Yeah, it is a gate on its own, so you can make it to an Island Gate, Plains Gate, a Death Gate. So it does help with your domain, but yeah, in limited, ow. So I don't know how to rate that one, because it is pretty weird, because like it's a steep cost to keep using it. At some point you're going to want to not use it. So I think it might be more like a Danger Sea. We got all the alternate arts and full arts and stained glass cards. The full art pain lands are awesome looking. Like, these look really cool. Like, Shivan Reef? Fuck yeah, bro. Look how cool all these look. I'm into them. There was more spoilers today. I wonder if they've been added to this yet. They have! Just today, we got some more stuff. Let's review them. Prayer of Binding! 3 white uncommon enchantment and flash. When it enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 target land permanent an opponent controls until the Prayer of Binding leaves the battlefield. You gain 2 life. This is better than the rare domain version. B. 4 mana flash, gain some life. Hell yeah. Next is Monkey. Ape of Industry. Whenever you cast 2 green for a mythic 5/7, whenever you cast a creature spell, choose 1. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Look at the top 5 cards of your library, put a land card from among them onto the battlefield tapped, or gain 5 life. That triple green is rough. But if you got a mostly green deck, that's a good card. A- for him. I hate that there's an Ape of Industry and a Titan of Industry. Is there going to be like a cycle of industry cards? Yeah, we'll say A- for Ape of Industry, because he's a beefy boy, but you also want to make sure that triple green is rough. He's not actually called that? Okay, good. Next is Shadowrite Priest. A rare black creature. 1 in a black for a 2/2. Other... Oh, here's the black... The black Warlord. Other clerics you control get +1/+1. And then 3 black, tap, sacrifice another cleric to search your library for a black creature card, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. That's pretty powerful. That's good. Any black creatures onto the battlefield, so you can cheat out some big, beefy stuff with it. At 5 mana, another creature granted, but still. Yeah, that's just a good card. Hey. Who is this blue lady? Executive Librarian. Blue for a rare 2/3. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player may draw an additional card, but if they do, spells they cast cost 2 more this turn? Well, first off, this little mouse here is adorable. So here's my problem with this. It's each player's draw step. Your opponent gets this effect and the benefits of it first. Can't see the mana cost. It's blue. What a weird card. I have no idea. I mean, in the late game, if you got the lands, drawing an extra card just to pay a little bit... Oof. Ah. Bruh, I don't know. I have no idea what to grid that. I think it helps your opponent first, and that's... It seems like a draw-go card. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it would be a powerful control card. Because you're drawing an extra card, and then you're just passing back and leaving up your counter spells. If you got counter spells in your deck, then this becomes incredibly powerful. Yeah, this is a control card through and through. So in the right control deck, this would be a great card. Right control deck, this is a B. But that is the only instance I think I would like it. That is a rough one to grade. Damn. Next, Radha. I was wondering if she's going to get a card. The Coalition Warlord. 2 red-green for a 3/3 uncommon elf warrior. Whenever Radha Coalition Warlord becomes tapped, another target creature you control gets +X, which X is domain. Yeah, it's fine. I think I liked her last Radha card more. But she's fine. See? Relic of Legends, a 3-mana artifact that's uncommon. You can tap to add 1 mana of any color, or tap an untapped legendary creature you control to add 1 mana of any color. That's very good. Yeah. Like this not only gives this gives you like a mana rock But also turns all your legendary creatures into mana rocks. No, I actually like that a lot. C+ for Relic of Legends. We've seen to all these. We've seen all these. These are just the stained glass version. I thought I saw someone say that on stream they revealed dual lands that come into play tapped, like a cycle of those for everyone. Did I see that right? I don't know if they were gates. Oh, yep, yeah, I found them. Oh, shit. Ooh, okay, hold on. Let me bring this over here for your chat. We got some shit. Okay, first off, Badger token. Yes. We got some more creatures we haven't seen yet. Urtai Resurrected. 2 blue-black for a rare legendary Phyrexian human wizard. A 3/2 with flash. When he enters the battlefield, you can counter target spell, activated ability, or triggered ability its controller draws a card. Or destroy another target creature or planeswalker, its controller draws a card. That fucking rules. For blue-black, I'm into that. B+ for him. We also got Urtai Scorn, 1 blue, uncommon instant. It costs 1 blue less to cast. If an opponent casts 2 or more spells this turn, counter target spell. Yeah, so it's like it's cancel with potential upside if your opponent casts a second spell. Here's a new one. Urza Assembles the Titans. 3 white for a rare. Hold on. 3 white for a rare. Get out of here. Chapter 1, Scry 4. Then you may reveal the top card of your library. If it's a planeswalker, put it into your hand. Chapter 2, put a planeswalker with mana value 6 or less from your hand onto the battlefield. Chapter 3, you may activate the loyalty abilities of planeswalker you control twice this turn rather than only once. So, basically worthless and limited, unless you really want to pay 5 mana to scry 4. Yeah, it's a constructor card. F and limited. Even if you got a planeswalker, you want to be cute about it. F. But more importantly, so there are indeed going to be dual lands, but their land types are the basics. So all those cards that want domain, all these cards just became very, very important. Also makes fixing awesome. Huh. Oh, dude, this is going to be such a good draft set. I feel it in my bones. We also got Impulse. 1 in a blue for common instant. Look at top 4 cards of your library, put 1 in your hand, the rest of the bottom in your order. Yep. And there's Monka. Oh, an Aura! Holy shit. What is this card? Combat Research. Uncommon Aura for 1 blue. Enchanted creature has, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. As long as enchanted creature is legendary, it gets +1/+1 and has Ward 1. Okay. Legacy card? No, it has Ward on it. So it can, like, at least protect your guy a little bit. Oh, here's another new aura. Hammer Hand. 1 red, enchant creature. When it enters the battlefield, target creature can't block this turn. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has haste. Eh. So there are indeed a few auras. And that finally may be everything. Alright, so I think green might be the best color. It's too early to say for sure. But damn if green stuff didn't seem frickin' strong. What's the green's best common? Good question. I need to remember what their commons were. A lot of the green cards I liked are actually like at uncommon level. Like even Tail Swipe is uncommon. Its best commons are probably no memes. The Bog Badger, Vine Shaper Prodigy. Maybe the Rootwalla? Yeah, I guess a lot of its stuff is good at uncommon level rather than common, and that's pretty important. The 4/4 reach? I mean, it's pretty dorky. I don't think it's best. Wait, what was White's best common? Citizen's Arrest. Stall for Time. Let's see, Citizen's Arrest, Stall for Time, and probably that Juniper Order Rootweaver.
Sweet.
Blue, Red Falcon, and all new Twitch Prime sub. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Button up the blue shirt, enjoy all your emotes. Blue's best commons.
Good job.
Frank got the $10. Thank you. Oof. For black, or I'm sorry, for blue, Impede Momentum.
Sweet.
Maybe Phyrexian Espionage? And Tolarian Geyser. Huh. I think we're gonna have to rely on Bomber Splash and Black's best commons. Tribute to Urborg. Likely number 1. Phyrexian Rager. Oh, Extinguish the Light. No, Extinguish the Light's number 1. Okay, maybe black actually might be stronger. Just on the common level. Red's best commons. Lightning Strike, easy. For one of them. It just seems like they're missing commons. There's no way this is everything. Maybe they just have way more to reveal yet. That's my guess. I'm sure they're revealing more tomorrow. Hey, Jace Bellerin. Thanks for that resub. Magic. There's still 50 left to go. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of commons coming, because right now a lot of these are fucking weak. Okay, well, at least we talked about the ones that were here, though. There you go, everyone. A limited set review of what we know so far. I'm excited that the dual lands exist, because that means we're gonna get crazy with our drafts. And I need to draft and play it a lot, because I need to get good at it for the frickin' arena championships. Yeah, not only does it like help you splash, but the fact that they also have the basic land types in there makes domain much more reliable. I'm gonna dominate? I probably won't. There's gonna be a... I have to play alchemy, dude. I do not dominate that alchemy. Do you think we'll get a C-snit effect for OG Invasion Throwback? Probably not. Unless they make like an alchemy version, because it'd be easier to track. Anyway, I want to wrap it up there, chat. I just spoke non-stop for like 6 hours and now I'm tired. But thank you guys for allowing me to take some time to look at the Magic cards, so I can start learning about them and start getting ready for the pre-release next week. The next stream is going to be Sunday. No stream Saturday, because I'm going to be busy and physically and mentally preparing for Sunday. But yeah, so if you guys didn't see, this coming Sunday is going to be the big ol' birthday stream as we play randomized games. Not the games themselves randomized, but every few seconds it just switches to a different game, and I'm going to try my best to beat them all. Starts at noon, so hopefully I'll see you guys there. I tried to pick games that would get shuffled in that would have like the widest variety of genres. Because I didn't want to just be like, I'm playing Mario, oh, now I'm playing a Mega Man, isn't that wacky? No, like, really fuck me up. That's why I put stuff in there like F-Zero and Mortal Kombat and The Little Mermaid, which I've never played. Chance Thrash, thank you for the 200 bits. Much appreciated. Is Evo in there? No, Evo would take too long. I've played it before, and it's too much of a grind fest. Yeah, it's US Super Mario Brothers too. Just because, again, like Mario 1, Mario 3, like Mario World. I feel like a lot of be like kind of done to death. Anywho, I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm hungry, which I did for dinner tonight. I wasn't prepared for this. Maybe I'll go treat myself. Maybe. Tacos? I don't think there's a good taco place around me. I almost slept for burgers. Thank you, Chibi Acer. I always appreciate that you put together the spreadsheet of what my grades are. I go back and look at those and like then try to compare how I actually feel about them after they come out. Italian is always bomb. I have Italian a lot. I make a lot of my own. But I do enjoy Italian. How about some pizza? I don't think I'm feeling pizza, to be honest. I don't want to have tendies on the off chance that I have to get spicy wing. Oh, I'll figure it out. I'm gonna get going. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Much appreciated. I hope you had a good time. Some nice discussion about the different cards, or if you didn't know anything, I hope I provided at least a little bit of insight for you. And I'm going to see you guys all on Sunday. Get ready to jam. Bring your hype. Let's go. And I'll see you guys then. All right. Have a good night, everyone.